Sajanin Squadin epilepsia-varoitukset.
Niin. Mutta mä arvostan silti. Eikä tippaakaan en halveksu tätä rytmitystä. Mutta ajattelin, että mä oon jäänyt tässä pahasti jälkeen siinä, millä tasolla tää homma pyörii nykyään. Oho. Ei se välttämättä muutenkaan ihan väärin sanottu. Etteikö parannettavaa olisi. Miten mä oon tässä jotenkin näin lähellä karttaa? Onks mä aina pelannut näin? Varmaan.
Mulla on semmonen tunne kans, että tää on lähempänä karttaa kuin mitä tää on aiemmin ollut.
Zoomausastetta ei voi vaihtaa. Aha. Selvä.
Siis niinkö, että se on ollut nyt, sanotaan kuukauden.
Okei. Olisiko mä ollut niin hämärissä joulumasennuksissa, että mä en olisi huomannut tänne kuin nyt? On se varmaan mahdollista. Ehkä mä oon vaan kattonut jotain tuollaista T90 vetämistä ja sitten tullut siitä nytten havahtunut siihen, että onpas tää omituista. Kun on kattellut enemmän kuin pelannut. Tai vasta. Ehkä.
Ei vasten.
Okei, onks meillä täydellinen kombo, jos mä oon Shuu, jonka jalkajousiuhkelit näkee pari ruutua pidemmällä. Ei se varmaan... Oho, täällä... No ei pidä masentua, vaikka täällä on Lokke ja kyläkeskus täynnä.
Oh, nyt. Ei, tää tappaa mun kyläläisen.
Niin lähellä.
Kyläläinen.
Se on hyvin dramaattinen.
Asia hoidettava.
Mutta hei, sä teit kaiken oikein.
Ja yhtään kyläläistä ei me kerää näistä tappajaa.
Ei oikein, meni maku siinä kohtaa, kun tuli kaveri suolet siihen syliin. Oho. Voi, tää on kyllä yksi fiasko tää alku. Mutta ei hätää, me tiedetään missä noi on. Se on kiva bonus kuitenkin ja näin. Unohtu mainita, että sehän on myös vietnamilaisten hyvää hyvyyttä etu. Niin, älkäämme hätkähdelkö. Kyläläinen kuolee ehkä tuohon sarvikuonoon, mutta yksikään etsiskelevä poni ei tule kuoleen noihin kyläkeskuksiin. Oli se mitä ajattelin.
Niin.
Se on sulla mahdottomuus. Sitten se täytyy tietysti linnasta keksiä se kultaa puuhakkuusta bonus, jos se haluaa, mutta sehän on sen ajan
se on linna, mistä se tulee.
Joo. Ja se on... Mitäs mulla on? Mutta mulle puuhakkaat kerää ruokaa samalla kun ne kerää puuta. Okei. No nää on kyllä hurja jutti. Alkaa olemaan kaikki ideat laarista kaivettu jo sitten. Joo, se on viimeisen kauden keksintö sulle.
Okei. Ja sit mulla oli ne imperiaalikirmisserekkejä keksitty aina keksittäväksi silloin.
Ja silloin ne tulee mulle myös tyrkylle.
No.
Niin, tuetaan yhtä riemukasta tykittelyä tää elämä siinä kohtaa. Paljonkohan nää tuo? Onko se tyyliin jokaista 10 puuta kohden tulee 1 ruokaa tai jotain sellaista näyttäisi olevan? No, mutta multa puuttuu tämmönen tönö. Voi. Täällä on asiat kerrassaan vinkeästi täällä Sankarilandiassa. Mulla on myös semmoinen tunne, että mulle puuttuu vielä muutama lammas, mutta kaikilla on
Sinisellä
varmaan
on jo peltoja täällä.
aikansa ja paikkansa. Ketä ne oikein? Britit? Okei. Okay. Muistaakseni kun me hävittiin silloin Briteille, kun sieltä tuli se niitten tämä norsuarmeija tuli siihen vierelle jeesaille. Silloin siellä 4 järveä kartassa. Kuulostaako tutulta?
En.
Hyvä. Mä tulin sinne puskeen niitten brittien jousiukkoja ja sitten jätin sen oman tyyppini, joka oli Khmeri. Niin jätin sen rauhassa farmaille ja sitten se kosti.
Jaa.
Se tuli niillä ballista elefanteilla. Tästä ei jää nyt itse asiassa mitään traumeja, vaan pelkästään hyviä muistoja.
Jaa, kiva.
Nyt on myös myöhässä näiden mun nuijaukkojen kanssa, mutta tämä meni myös väärinpäin täällä. Oho, kehitellään. Sininen ei ottanut sen sarvikuonoa. Mitä se kertoo sen suoritustasosta tällä hetkellä? Voidaan me tehdä tästä jotain johtopäätöksiä?
Niin, siellä on noin pellot, mutta ei niinkään. Nyt sitten niinku tämmösiä outoiluja.
Okei, mä menen tsekkaan mikä tän Mongolian tilanne. Niiltähän tulee, muistaakseni noita ratsujoosityyppejä, joilla on joku nimi. Jotka ampuu tosi vikkelästi ja sitten ne ratsastaa ympyrää ja siinähän jahtaa keppiukkas kanssa. Ne on siis Mangudai kyllä. Nyt kun mietin oikein loppuun asti tätä hommaa. Siirretään noin tonne noin. Okei. On täällä aggressiivisesti hakkaamassa näitten taloa. Se on itse asiassa tärkeää. En myöskään missään kohtaa hankkinut kirvestä. Tässä on ollut kaikenlaista muuta tekemistä. No. Vihreä näyttäisi kiirehtivän tonne linna-aikaan päätellen siitä, että se tekee täällä kauppapaikkaa, mutta sillä ei siis ole lointa esimerkiksi. Toisaalta sillä on myös ollut parakki tuolla. Tai vähän omituista kaikki. Vihreällä on myös ratsutalle. Ja muurit. Joo. Mitä sä meinaat tehdä? Yleisesti ottaen.
Selvitä.
Okei. Hyvä. Kyllähän me tällä kompolla sitten jo. Ei ainakaan taktiikasta kiinni. Täällä tehtiin joku. Vihreä on tehnyt tornin ja sitten sillä on joosiukko ja se on siis tehnyt kaikkea, mikä on tärkeää.
Tehnyt mitä kaikkea?
Vihreällä on poneja. Että jos tulee joskus semmoinen tilanne, että mietit mikä elämässä on tärkeää.
Täällä.
Hyvä. Kyllä sitten pärjäät. Mäkin teen parit ponit ja sitten vähän jousiukkoja.
Mä teen kanssa jousiukkoja.
Jousiukot on varmaan kyllä tosi mukavia. Ne muistuttaa elämän tärkeydestä.
Kun niihin tutustuu.
Alkuun voi olla vähän pelottavia tietysti kiinni. Näiden kanssa saisi vaikka olla sotimassa. Tosin tää vihreä on myös tehnyt tämmöiset muurit, joka antaa ymmärtää, että se ei välttämättä ole tulossa tuolta pihalle ennen kuin aika on oikea, mutta...
Se teki kans komeata talomuuria tai sininen.
No. No. Katsellaan.
Ja sininen on muurittanut kivimuurilla tän koko paskansa.
Okei, vihreän ponit tuli täällä vastaan. Ei sinänsä aiheuta toimenpiteitä. Ehkä mä juoksen tonne vaan tänne mun kämpilleni.
Kämpille kämppäämään.
Jop. 3 ponia vastaan mun 2 ponia ja pari jousta. Dottim. Unohdin tehdä kyläläisiä, mutta eipä mulla ole taloja toisaalta. Eipä sinänsä. Nyt kun mietin. Missäs tää mun armeijaosastani menee? Täällä pistettiin muuri vastaan, kun olin juoksemassa päin. Viime hetken pelastus. Sain portista päähäni. Siis. Ehkä mä teen vaan jousiukkoja. Mutta molemmat tekee kuitenkin muureja tuolla. Joo. Okei, vihreä ei oo päivittänyt sen jousiukkoja mitenkään, joten pärjäsin ihan hyvin. Okei, mutta omituisia juttuja. Oma hitaus, mutta myös vastustajan. Mä teen vaan lisää jousimiehiä ja luotan siihen, että lopussa oikeus voittaa.
Tehnyt muureja tänne alas asti. Se on loppunut kivi kesken, kun se on tehnyt puumuuria ton loppumetken ja sitten ne puuttuu kokonaan täältä.
Tää varmaan juuri kehenkään ei voi luottaa näinä aikoina.
Jeps.
Ai. Täällä on myös muurissa reikä, ehkä mä voin hyödyntää sitä myöhemmin. Siellä on joutilas kyläläinen. Toikan ei ottanut siis keksinyt lointa suojakseen, joten mikäs juttu tässä on? Kierros ja vainaita. Omituista. Mä näytän sen jousiukkelin tonne. Mut okei, sininen kun pääsee linnan aikaan, niin se toi varmaan sitten pari ritaria noitten jousiukkojen jeesiksi. Ja mitäs sitten? Sä olit kuitenkin ensimmäisenä.
Joo, ja siniseltä syödään täällä pelihuumoria.
No. Kauankohan käy ennen kuin tulee koston aika.
En kuulu. Se soitti kello jo. Proon merkki.
Mä oon katsellut varmaan samoja opasvideoita. No tämähän nyt sitten lystiä. Ehkä mä teen vielä pari kyläläistä ja sitten mä keksin elämälle jotain muuta sisältöä. No, hetken aikaa täällä on vielä kaunista. Mä toi yhden puun tohon pystyyn tähän kylän liepeille. Okei, vihreä lähetti kepintökkiöitä ja kaikkea tämmösiä nuivia tyyppejä tänne. Joo. No, vihreällä on joka tapauksessa nyt kaikkea. Mä tuon parit ponit sinne siniselle hengaille. Koska on kuitenkin turvassa kotona, kun vaan luotan itseeni ja tiimikavereihin. Noin.
Mä vien tuonne sinisen takakulmaa.
Okay.
Kyläläisten. Jellonen hyökkäsi senkin.
Ai täällä on kivimuurit tosiaan. Joo. Ja sininen haluaa siis tehdä linnan ja sitten se haluaa saada sieltä pitkä kantama jousiukkoja. Mutta se on vähän huono, koska meillä on kuitenkin nämä viimeisen kauden kepiheittelijät, sit kun sä vaan pääset vikalle kaudelle. Niin, ne on aika hyviä kuitenkin noita jousiukkeleet vastaan, jos sillä lailla miettii.
Ei, se on rakentanut tätä numpea. Ei, ja siellä tuli heppa. Nee.
Mutta oikeastaan aika juoni. Oi voi. Jos mä olisin ollut skarppi, niin mä olisin voinut tuoda jonkun hevosen sinne suojaksi, mutta mä olin väärällä puolella. Okei, no onhan sunkin heppa vielä hengissä, mutta ei se tuntuisi samalta. Okei, mä teen täällä uskomatonta jousiarmeijaa ja odotan, että sinisen ritarit tulee ja liiskaa. Noin pois. Vihreä lähetti ponejaan tänne. Mut. Mä en tiedä, onko se kauhean iso ongelma. Mä teen vaan lisää jousiukkoja ja nautin elämästä. Se oli se kattoo, mitä näille mun tappajaponeille kävi. Ilmiselvästi ne on kuollut tonne, mutta mikähän ne olisi tappanut? Ai.
Jousi jäi.
Joo. Ei sitä varmaan tarvitse kun tehdä miljoona kepiheittäjää ja sitten tietysti norsut on kivoja. No joo. Mihinkään tää tulisi tuohon noin ja... Sitten Okei. Vihreä kävi täällä ponien kanssa ja sitten lähti menee. Mä tuun siniselle tuplaamaan, koska täällä on niin rauhallista ja mukava.
Se on vieläkin ei olekaan reikää tässä. Onko sillä vielä toi reikä tuolla? On sillä reikä. Te et tehnyt kokonaan tota muurinsa. Oi voi.
Odottamattomuuksia. Ja niin mä saan tehtyä kans ihan hyvä ponijouko, jos mä vaan oikein satsaan. Ai sä livahdit sieltä. Hyvä, mä tuun kanssa. Oisinpa tajunnut, mä olisin voinut tehdä saman noitten mun tyyppieni suhteen, mutta... Mä en tajunnut. Mä en oo myöskään päivittänyt mun jousia, koska mulla on niin monta ukkoa täällä jonossa. Hehe. Amatöörivirhe. Ihmettelinkin, että...
tappaa mun, mitä sulla on?
Eikä, äläpä huoli, mä tuon näitä mun superjousiukkoja sinne. Vetäydyn vaan vähän matkaa ne. Mulla menee vielä muutama seikka, että nää päivittyy, mutta siis siinä kun rinteessä oot, niin kyllä kivasti käy. Apu on tulossa. Esimerkillistä peräytymispuuhaa.
Mulla jäi yksi henki.
No niin, sit mennään.
Mulla on tärkeä rooli tässä.
Joka tapauksessa... Oho, väärä. Noin. Sinisen elämä on joka tapauksessa nyt hieman nihkeetä. Tykkään, että se on yksinäinen tekee täällä jumalten työtä myös. Hassua, että sininen on tehnyt ratsuponeja. Ratsujousiponeja, mistä näitä kutsutaan. Okei, no sinisen talous nyt hieman sit seisoo sen aikaa, että vihreä tulee jeesiksi tai jotain.
Jep.
Tuoksää tänne jotain kyläläisiä tekeen jotain piiritysmestaa tai...
Joo.
Okei.
Mulla on tulossa täällä, teeks mä linnaan siihen?
Tuu vaikka tekee. Näytös tyypit tulee kivet sylissä. Ihan niinku Settlersissa. Hienoa.
Tai se on kato.
Sama se on ottaa samalla kantoa, kun kerran ollaan tulossa. Okei. Okay.
Kato.
Noin. Näin vaan hippogriffin vala on murrettu.
Sinisellä varmaan söi se, että se oli jättänyt ton kolon tonne muuriin. No silloin oli näköjään täällä toisessa.
Joo, mä katon kanssa sitä toista reunaa, että tää on viimeisen päälle muuritettu, mutta sit jostain syystä toi on jäänyt pimentoon toi. Oi voi.
Toki tästä puumuurin pätkästäkin tullaan niinkö heittämällä läpi.
No joo, mitäs vihreällä oli käynnissä? Keppejä ja jousia ja piiritysmesta on tossa ja toinen kyläkeskus tehtynä. Omituista.
Sulla oli kovat pisteet.
Joo, mä oon vähän hämmentynyt tästä, miten tää meni näin. Kun tuossa T90 vinkkas Enolleen, että pitää tokalla kaudella hyökätä, että jos ei muuta, niin saa tasapainon toiselta pois, niin tästä tuli vähän semmoinen olo, että noilta meni pasmat sekaisin siinä. Siis pelattiin tietysti tosi hyvin ja kaikkea, mutta tää meni silti yllättävän jouhevasti.
Onko se oli tehty tekee linnu?
Ei muuta, puuttu vielä kaikki.
Ekonomia sulla on puuhas. Kyläläisiä 20 enemmän kuin mulla.
Joo, siinä meni hyvin. Ehdin just saamaan ton uuden kyläkeskuksen kanssa tohon. Mutta oli sillä helppoa. Mä sain nyt 3. tehtyä, eli niistä varmaan just putkahti ensimmäinen kierros tai 2 hyvällä tuurin. Mut muuten toi vaan kesti toi linna-aikaan meno, niin sitten siinä sivussa kun teki kyläläisiä, niin tuleehan niitä. Mutta onkin sillä vähän niinku uusia, mutta alle 100 peliä. Ei kun tainnut 100 kunta, toisella 150. Vähän niinku mekin.
Ja tää on tää hippogriffi selvästi 57 pinnaa voittanut, niin täällä taisi olla 50.
Joo, on näillä varmaan joku tämmönen toimiva taktiikka, että kun hetken rakentelee, niin sitten tuolta tulee kuitenkin ihan murhaavia joukkoja. Tässä oli ehkä ero siihen johonkin aiempaan peliin, että päästiin heti alussa painaa. Antaa painetta. Mikä yleisesti ottaen tietysti toimii hienosti. Ska vi spela med... Oho, katot, no sieltähän tuli. Mä en tajunnut, että mun täytyy vanavata suuni. Hihehe. Asianmukaisesti tappiolla yöhön.
Kun mä laitan sun striimin pyöriin tuon rinnalla.
Ja ne tietää mistä puhutaan.
Me oikein vettä samalla.
Jop. Ta tid på dig, niin kuin meillä sanotaan kuulemattomiin korviin. Sitten. Mein Gott. Sitten melkein on kiire. Tun. Mutta onneksi on kansat valmiina.
Heti perään toinen Arabia.
Jep. Ihmiset janoo verta. Kaikin puolin mannerta. Tällä en mä tätä luen. Onko tää kohtuullista ajatella, että ylipäätänsäkin tällä aloittelijatasolla niin ihmisillä on joku 1-2 juttua, millä ne on vahvoja ja sit se on siinä. Pystyykö sä jollain squad-kokemuksella heittämään tämmöistä videopelianalogiaa, että onko tää järkeenkäypää?
Sen omalla AOE-kokemuksellani sanomaan, että esimerkiksi kun liettualaisilla pelasin, niin ainoa mitä mä pystyin tekemään oli hevostalli ja sinne heppoja paljon pihalle ja Nyt kun mä pelaan vietnamilaisilla, niin mä pystyn tekemään arkkeryyn ja sieltä paljon arkkereita pihalle, että sikäli jos sieltä tulee ihan mitä tahansa semmoista, mikä on hyvä arkkeria vastaan, niin sitten mun pelini oli siinä.
Okei, tää kuulosti ihan hyvältä. Sitten takaisin studioon.
Et se tulkinta oli aika hyvä.
Ja tällä kylmiltään heitettynä niin ihan rohkeasti, mutta ei aivan metsään. Tuossa oli hiukan omituista se, että olisin odottanut, että noi britit nyt sitten tähtää pelkästään linnan varassa niihin linnajousiin ja sitten se olisi siinä. Mutta sitten tuolta tulikin sekava kattaus kaikenlaista. En tiedä, onko ne vaihtanut keskenään viestiä, että mikä tähän auttaa, että nyt tarvitaan ratsujousia tai jotain. Että paljonko siinä oli tämmöistä
eikö ratsujousi on niin se kaikkein vaikein yksikkö ja eikö se ole vähän huono, jos toinen tulee päälle?
Joo. Siis,
jousin, niin sitten teet vielä ratsujousia siihen päälle, että se niin kuin vaikeuttaa ehkä peliä.
Joo, kyllä. Ja kun toi brittien bonus on siinä, että jalkajouset saa jonkun +2 kantamaa tai jotain, tai +1 per kausi, ehkä jotain sellaista. Niin ne ei ole myöskään erityisen vahvoja siinä. Niin se on myös siinä suhteessa semmoinen omituinen veto. Joka minullekin eli epätoivosta tai sitten siitä, että on kokeillut jotain uutta ja hassua, tietysti. Mitä nyt ei voi ihan tyhmänä pitää, en lähde kieltämään erityisesti hauskanpitoa, vaikka kyllähän se aina vähän sielusta ottaa. Voittamaan on tultu. Me toisaalta häviämään, ja sitten toiset vaan pelleilee. Menee vedonlyönnit mistiin. Okei, skorpioneilla +1 kantamaa, kiitos kmeeriyden. Tiedäpä sitten, jos eri tekee semmosia piirityskoneita joskus. Mutta jos meitä vastassa on berberit ja pysantit, berbereiltä tulee ratsukameleita linnasta, vähän vaan. Ja pysanteilta tulee linnasta katapratteja, jotka on superponeja. Niin. Tää on vähän tällaista. Oli pientä virheen paikkaa, mutta ei sitten ollutkaan. Niin voi laittaa hevosia tulos vastaan kuitenkin. Riippuu tietysti miten noi pelaa. Mut sitten jos sieltä tuleekin noita kamelijousiukkoja, niin edelleen ne vikan kauden kepiheittelijät on ihan kovaa paluuttaa siinä kilpailussa. Pisti mylly vähän hupsusti, mutta eipä se nyt tällä tasolla.
Missä hyökättiin? No perkele. Sehän kyllä juoksi sitten siihen. Pistin sen
niin tuolla aivan.
Näköjään hieman liian lähelle.
Mut hei kostona, niin siniselläkin poni otti vähän osumaa. Kerro vielä.
No hyvä.
Oho, nyt unohtuu pistää tyypittäviin. Hupsista. Täällä ammuskeltiin monta viikkoa, kun oli niin lystiä. Vähän hampaa tirvessä yritettiin kostaa, eikä onnistunut. Et periaatteessa piti mennä vaihtoon, mutta vielä otetaan yksi ylimääräinen potku ja kokeillaan niitata. Yksi venytetty kulmakahina. Vaikka jopa oma Kuumakalle koutsi huutaa, että tuu nyt pois sieltä. Tiedät varmasti millaista skenaario tässä nyt maalailla. Multa puuttuu siis, missähän tää mun ponini oikeastaan on tekemässä omia tutkimusmatkoja täällä mettässä. Multa puuttuu muutama tollanen syötävä, niin ehkä mä oon laiminlyönyt tällaisia etsivätehtäviä. Ja ehkä se sinisen poni on itse asiassa varastanut. Ai. Tää on vielä just semmoista tasoa, että ihmiset ei välttämättä palauta yhtään mitään, vaikka löytäisikin. Voi. No, kostetaan tästä jollain. Noin tonne ja...
Sinisen poltokuolen.
Täydellistä.
Puoli.
Oikein sille potentiaaliselle kanavarkaalle. Mitään en tiedä, mutta syytökset on ilmoilla.
Tuolla vilahti äsken toi ton... Mikä se toinen on? Vihreä. Vihreän poni pyörähti kans tuolla vilahti reunassa.
Oliko se tullut sieltä vihreän suunnasta vai
Oli.
pääsikö jyvälle? Tuleeko se tänne vai?
Se oli tossa mun puuhakkuumetsän toisella reunalla.
Okei. Meinaakohan se, että sieltä tulee nuija-ukkeleita kohta? Niin kuin asiaan kuuluvasti voisi tehdä.
Tehdäänpäs äkkiä sitten parakki.
Näin täällä parit pellot ja nautiskele elämästä. Tuota. Ja mä en löytänyt enempää lampaita, mutta ei se nyt tietysti meinaa, etteikö ne voi olla. Mä kuvittelisin, että ne yrittäis päästä nopeasti linna-aikaan ja lähteä sitten nauttii elämästä, mutta... Meinaatko sä käydä härkkimässä? Mikä sun visio on lähitulevaisuudesta?
Mulla on visio se, että mä tekisin juuskaripaikan ja sitten mä menisin niille.
Okei. Hyvä. Mä lähetän parit nuijat tonne.
Tää mun suunnitelma on ehkä vähän hidas.
No joo, mutta ei. Täällä kaikki omalla vauhdilla niinku Santullekin aina sanottais. Talot ja kaikki. No on syöty, niin menette tonne. Joo. Okei, sinisellä on tää ratsutalli ja sit sillä on muurit. Okay. Tai tämmöset vähän niinku muurialut ehkä enemmänkin. Okei, sitten
siinä lähti uuden hepan tänne mulle.
Okei.
Ja siis täällä tapellaan lisää. Se lähti mulle toiseen hepan ja sit se lähti mulle keppiukkoon.
Sä voit hakata kyläläisille noin. Toki sulla on nyt vähän ehkä semmonen hankala tilanne, kun sulla on muutama. Joo, juokse pois vaan.
Tää teki taas perinteisesti ton, että se ei alkuun... ottanut mun käskyä valita noin kyläläiset.
Ei paljastin sinisellä olevan tommosen aukon sen muurituksissa, mutta... Olkoon nyt näin, kun tulin. Mä olisin kultaa vaille valmis vaihtaa seuraavalle kaudelle kanssa. Mä tein jouskaripaikan ja tarviks ei jeesi siellä? Mikä sun fiilis on? Noilla ei ole suojauksia noilla poneilla, niin sä pärjäät, kun pistät 5 kyläläistä mättää, niin ne... Mutta toki se on hankalaa, kun ne lähtee karkuun. Joo. Mä tuon pari jousiukkoa sinne kohta.
Mä koitan tehdä niitä keppitökkiä.
Tuon myös mun oman ponini sinne. Niin. Sinnittelet vaan, niin hyvä tulee.
Mitä helvettiä tää mun kyläläinen tekee?
Oh. Tämähän on monet hyvät suoritukset kaatunut, että... sinisellä on lisää poneja tulos multa. Juoksen sinne hengailee.
Ja taas ei valitse näitä. Mikä ihme tässä on?
Mitä sä koetat valita?
Kyläläisiä muun muassa, niin ne ei halua tulla valituiksi.
Voitko sä hypätä kyläkeskukseen kohta? Mulla olisi poni tulos siitä oli. Sinisen ponit on perässä. Ai. Hienoa. Kiitos. Mä tuun hoitelemaan sen jonkun. Multa tulee parit jouset kohta, kun pääsen vielä liikkeelle täältä kotokulmista. Hetkinen. Okei, mutta sulla on rauha, eli ne on varmaan tulossa tänne, jos ne on yhtään.
Ne pyörii tossa vielä.
Okei.
Ne kyttää, että
Aivan, ne yrittää pitää tuon kullan tosta. Joo. Aivan. Okei, ne on siellä muurintekijän luona. Varoppa.
tulee jousia JS vihreiltä.
Hyvä.
Joku kävi heittäjiä.
Oh, no nehän on viheellisiä. Okei, mä teen ratsutallin kanssa. Hyvä.
Nää osaa kyllä pelata.
Jep.
Ja taas ei valitse näitä kyläläisiä.
Jos sä maalaat alttipohjassa, niin sun pitäisi saada ne kaikki.
No joo.
Tai siis nimenomaan pelkät
Mä en
kyläläiset.
ymmärrä sitä, miksi ne ei valitse näitä.
Tuo asetuksissa on se, että valitse vain sotajoukot oletuksena. Niin siinä on varmaan niin, että jos siellä on yksikin keppi siellä seassa, niin sitten niitä ei oteta. Mulla on muutama ratsu tulossa.
Tällä hetkellä olematon.
Sori, mikä on olematon?
Ekonomia ei oo
Hyvä.
minkäänlaista tällä hetkellä.
Hyvä, sinnittele vaan. Nää ne on vaan tavisjousia, mitä mulla siinä on. Mä tuun hoitelemaan ne ponit nyt kuitenkin.
Ne on niinku keskittynyt 100 pinnaa tänne, et jos sulla on mitä vaan niin.
Ja mä lähden linna-aikaa kanssa. Hieno kun toi vihreä yrittää myös pysyä tässä mäen päällä tappelemassa ja sit kun kantama on rajattu, niin pystyy kasti tekemään. Okei, vihreällä on sinisellä on se yksi poni vielä jossain. Hiippailemassa. Sen sinänsä kuulee.
Pystyn maalaamaan koko tän muurin kerralla rakennettavaksi.
Klikkaat vaan yhteen kohtaan, niin sit se tekee sen loppuun asti kyllä, mutta sun pitää yksitellen klikkailla ne muuripalaset, jotta se ei jää sinne muurin viereen, niin shiftipohjassa olla. Mut sinänsä se jatkaa rakentamista seuraavasta tönöstä, mikä on rakentamatta, sitten jos siellä on tällainen rakentamaton tontti jossain vieressä. Jos tää nyt vastaa sun kysymykseen.
Kyllä. Mä oon vaan aika monta kertaa mielestäni koittanut sitä, mutta siellä ei tapahtunut mitään.
Okei. Vihreä linna-aika. Mä lähdetään siniselle. Tossa on tommonen herkullinen iskunpaikka. Niin käyn tekeen sille jonkun visiitin. Onko sä kuin hengissä siellä nykyään?
Joo. Noniin, ja tää ei rakentanut.
Mitä tämähän on valmis? Vai mitä mä en näe?
Toinen muu.
Niin se aivan, jep.
Jos mä pistän sen niin rakentaa jonkun muurin, niin mä en voi pistää sitä, että rakennapa nyt sen, minkä mä käskin sun just rakentaa, ja mene sen jälkeen takaisin töihin, vaan se on sillä, että tarvii jokainen näistä klikata ja sitten, että mene
joo, kyllä. Ja sun täytyy Shiftin kanssa käydä ne kaikki pahoin pelkään läpi, kyllä. Jotta se ei jää siihen vaan hengailee sitten siihen valmiin tökötyksen kohdalle. Voihan talot. Mäkin saa tehtyä norsuja. Mielestäni tulee kyllä hyvä pari tässä. Mikä sun tilanne on suurin piirtein tässä?
36 kyläläistä. Eikä lähellä käy. Tai no joo, kyllä mä oon lähellä sittenkin.
Okei, sininen tekee ratsuja. Niinku ritareita. Oho, tää mun yritykseni paeta oli itse asiassa katastrofaalisen huono, mutta... Eli kannattaa ehkä päivitellä piikkitökkiöitä tai tehdä valtavan määrän jousiukkoja, jotta niillä on saumoja. Vihreillä on kepiheitteljöitä, eli ei edelleenkään mikään riski. Sinänsä ärsyttäviä vaan. Vihreä on tehnyt myöskin luostari, jotenka... Okei, sinisen ritarit tuli tänne tekee tuhoja. Eikä sinänsä aiheuta toimenpiteitä. Okei, nyt kannattaa varautua siis siihen, että siniseltä tulee ritaria ja... Mitä ikinä sitten tuleekaan vihreältä, niin nähtäneen pian. Tää on joku tämmönen muotijuttu. Kato mitä toi vihreikin on jättänyt tonne tommosen raon. Et muurit pitää tehdä tollain ympyrään sen sijaan, että niissä olisi joku järki. Tai mitä mä nyt tässä... On mikä minä olen sanomaan, mutta... Ihmettelen ääneen.
Mitään tässä kohtaa järkeä hyökätä, kun on kakkoskaudella ja mä oon kolmosella.
Ei.
Ja on kohta.
Ja. Eipä olekaan mitään järkeä. Satsataan vaan siihen, että kun pääset seuraavalle kaudelle, saat kyläkeskukset maihin ja alkaa tapahtua. Jos mahdollista. Mä tuon ton joukko-osaston kanssa sinne hengailemaan. Mä annan täällä sinisellä painat.
Hyvä.
Odotettavissa on kylläkin joku muu invaasio kohta, mutta... Katsellaan.
Pistettä valossa niille nyt ihan hurjasti mene.
Joo, en tiedä.
Oliko se niitten pusku niinkön koko ekonomia kuralle pusku?
Jep. En tiedä, täällä on kuitenkin aika paljon pellon tynkää esimerkiksi täällä sinisellä. Et pistää vähän miettimään, että... sit niillä on muutamat munkit myös. Tää onkin huono juttu. Olisiko on tapettua joku niistä? Vai että kun on taitavaa tää armeijan hallinta. Tänään itse asiassa hoitelee noin eikä piitota mistään.
Vihreällä tuli pari heppaa korkein.
Menetin tässä. Hienoa. Että oot vielä hengissä. Menetin muutamat norsut, mutta käypää kauppatavaraa tietysti. Tuohon vielä tommonen ja... Mistäs? Toi erinomaista armeijan hallintaa tuolla, kun noitten munkit vaan lekotteli menemään. Sillä että ritareita ei tuhlata menemään ja kaikkea. Hieno todistaa tämmönen kamppailu, vaikka hävisinkin siinä arvoelefantteja. Sinisellä joka tapauksessa kuulee kyläläisiä täällä ihan hienoissa merkeissä. Mut joo, näyttää siltä, että täällä on kyllä ihan... Pelataan tämmöstä pitkän tähtäimen höntsäilyä, missä kyläkeskukset täytetään pelloilla ja uusia tehdään, kunnes loppuu elämäilo. Mutta aika monta kyläläistä täällä on saanut tappaa ennen kuin tähän mitenkään reagoitiin.
Okay.
Jos kaikkea täällä kotona on tapahtunut sillä välin. Kaikenlaista. Luottakaa sinne tonne. Monta kyläläistä sulla?
41.
Okei. Katoo kans vähän joukkoja sinne hengailee. Joo, pisteet on kyllä tosi epäilyttävät. Ihmettelen. Mä kuvittelen, että ne olisi rakentanut siihen malliin tossa jotenkin joukko-osastojaan, että olisi enemmänkin pistehiä. Okei. Okei, sinisen ritarit on siis siellä. Selvä homma.
Joo.
Tuuks Jeesaa tähän rinteelle, niin hoidellaan. Tää sinänsä elefanttien pitäisi piisata ihan hyvin. Siellä on taas ratsujousia. Noin kyllä kuulee noihin sun kepiheittäjiin aika vikkelästi. Tykkään tosta, miten toi sininen on jatkuvasti aktiivinen noitten ritariensa kanssa. Haetaan parempaa yhteenottoa. Okei, mä lähden seuraavalle kaudelle. Nyt tämä tästä. Sitten mennä tonne ja... Tuota. Mulla on taloudellisesti kyllä ihan hyvä tilanne. Mulla on 119 kyläläistä jo kuitenkin.
19.
Joo. Mulla on pari norsua tuolla hengaassa. paljon sulla?
49.
Hyvä. Ai jää taas. Pari ilkeitä ritaria tekee täällä tuhoja. Tossa on muuten aukko tossa. Mä menen tonne vihreän kylään hengailemaan näillä. Joutuuko sä hoitaa nää?
Joo.
Kaikiti. Jaha, kellot soi. Kotona ei oo mitään hätää. Eikö sullakin ollut tässä ihan hyvä tilanne? Niin
mun joukot tapettiin tähän näin niin sekunnissa näköjään. Mä en tiedä yhtään mitä tapahtui. Ne oli niin juostiin läpi.
No ehkä tossa on sen verran nuolta ilmassa. Okei, no tehdään kohta uutta. Uutta puskua sitten. Mä päivittelen tosta nykyajan mukaisiksi osan näistä tyypeistä, niin 1100 ruokaa. Kokeillaanko saada tohon jotain tyyppejä? Mä tuon pari kyläläistä jos sais.
Mä teen tänne mun Ward Operation Basein.
Hyvä. Huomaan. Katsotaas. Ei olisi tarvinnut välttämättä keksiä mutta koska resursseja on, niin mä tästä teen täällä nyt kaikenlaista hauskaa. Tuota. Aha. Okei, no mäenpäällä onkin kaikenlaista. Tästä on tää. Tää on ihan kiva. Mulla ei oikeastaan ole väliä. Mä voin että nää ei ole ihan ideaaleimpia tyyppejä tää mun ratsini täällä. Ei kyllä ihan liiaksi saa aikaan. No. Okei, mutta tää näyttää ihan hyvältä itse asiassa tää tilanne, koska meillä on kuitenkin ihan ylivertainen armeija muoto. Vielä kun saa vähän pahus.
Forward base johon löydettiin.
Mä kävelet tänne linnaan päin, niin mä tuon näitä tyyppejä pari. Oho, sinisen ritarit on täällä ehkä pilaamassa mun hieno.
Mä lähden tämän köppitekkiä äijäni sinne.
Mun hieno talomuuri viritykseni meni sittenkin pieleen. No mutta oli hyvää aikaa. Mä näen tän. Sano jos toi linna meinaa tuhoutua, niin mä keksin jotain. Eikö se seuraa sellaisia kauneusjuttuja? Sinisellä on täällä jotain kepinkerääjä. Mä lähetän uuden iskuosaston, pistää sen linnan tuleen.
Hepat tuli sitten juoksi tohon.
Okei.
Suurin piirtein.
Katsotaan, ne on ehkä täällä. Mä hoitelin tän yhden kivenhakkuoperaation tässä heillä päin. Niin. Nyt ne on linnan kimpussa. Pystytkö sä ampuu vähän tulitukea tohon?
Mä kierrän niiden selustaa näillä mun kemppitekijää.
Ritarit juoksee kohti sun kylää muuten ihan vaan varoituksena.
No niin, hienoa, mulla ei ole mitään siellä.
Nyt ne näki nää mun kyläläiseni tässä, niin tästä voi tulla.
Pysähty. Joo, ne on siellä.
Okei, vihreä teki linnan tohon.
Tarvitsen saada.
Mä lähetän mun jousiukkoja sinne. Kaikki mun linnanrakentajat tapettiin taas. Tää ei täydellistä. No, mä lähetän uuden erän. Missä
Tää on fiidannut aika paljon heppoja mulle täällä.
Katsotaas. Meillä on hetki jäljellä. Okei, no, samaan aikaan me ollaan täällä Sinisen kylässä tekemässä ihan hyviä tuhoja, joten ei kai tässä tarvitse kun sinnitellä hetki. Mä lähetän jeesiä sinne sun kylälle. Niin. Mikäs tää mun linnan tilanne on? Elossa, hyvä. Sitten mä vois mennä tonne ja mäkin vois varmaan mennä tonne.
Äkääk! Ei!
Mikä tilanne?
Mun 100 kyläläistäni on tuolla.
Kivioperaatioissa. Samaan aikaan tsekkaa toi Sinisen kylän tilanne. Okei, nyt siihen reagoitiin, mutta hetki sitten siellä oli ihan hauska meno.
Okei.
Noin menee tohon, noin menee ilmiselvästi tohon.
Juoksutte nyt on nyt nurkkaan kuolemaan noin. Se ei nyt seuraa toi sinne kauhean hyvin.
Siis noin sais mennä tonne. Mulla oli yhtäkkiä kaikki nää mun puuhakkaajat oli linnanrakennuspuuhissa, niin meinas käydä huonosti. Mun kaikki linnanrakentajat on täällä. Linna tulee alla. Voiko jeesaa tässä vähän?
Joo. Kesähän se
Kiitos. Tämähän meni just hienosti. Mikäs tilanne siellä on siellä? Sulla on ihan hyvä tilanne. Okei. No mennään sitten vaikka vihreälle. Se on kuitenkin ihan edullinen paikka meille tapella tossa linnalla. Niin. Sitten nautiskellaan. Mä teen parit kauppapaikat kohta tänne. Oho. Noiden tilanne on mun mielestä aika huono. Siis ehkä mä en nyt näe jotain, mutta meillä pitäisi olla... Oho. Samaan aikaan mun armeija on kuollut johonkin tuolla kupsista. Sano.
Sulla on täällä norsuja aika paljon mulle.
Kiitos. Mä tuon ne tohon mun linnan lähelle. Okei, Sininen on tehnyt kameleita. Kamelit on ihan söpöjä, mutta ei me tietenkään niistä muuten olla huolissamme. Tänne tulee noin kauppapaikat kohta puoliin. Okei, vihreä on tehnyt katapultteja myös ja... Joo. Mikä sun tilanne on? Hienoa.
Erinomainen.
No minähän huomaa. Sinisellä ei oo mitenkään viimeisen ajan kamerit tulessa. Okei.
Mä sen puoliseifin linnan tohon noin ensin ja sitten mä mietin sen jälkeen
Se on
seuraavia,
varmaan...
koska mulla on johonkin 4 rakennusmateriaaleja.
Hyvä. Sinne. Joo, sitten voidaan jatkaa sinne. Teekö sä jotain piirityskoneita sinne vihreän suuntaan? Mä oon nyt vähän hengailutilassa täällä. Siis noin menee vaikka tonne. Niin. Koska nyt siis resursseja on, ei puutu kun kyky ja tahto käyttää.
Tahtoa.
No nimen just näin. Jos mun kannattaa tehdä.
Mulla on nyt tuolla nurkassa noin.
Okei, Sininen kasailee sen kameliosastoon. En tiedä onko kamelit ihan oikea valinta tähän hetkeen, mutta... Nohan nää mun jousiukot ottaa tässä vähän turhaa asumaan. No. Näkyis tässä? Okei. Näyttää hienolta. Niin kauan kun meillä on kultaa, niin on kaikki hyvin. Mä lähetän sinne karavaaneen kulkemaan. Ja sitten... Mulla nyt on täällä joukko-osasto hengailemassa täällä sinisen kupeessa. Ja pitäisikö tässä... Sitten Tai mitä tässä tekis? Mä tuun hakeen sulta tommosen reliikin ja katsotaan saataisiko me toi kans. Sinisellä on parikymmentä kamelia, se ei kyllä ole tarpeeksi. Vaikka ne ois kuinka söpöjä. Täällä tapahtumassa tällainen joukkoteloitus.
Kumpaan suuntaan?
Väittäisin, että täällä on asiat aika hyvin, jos ei alla kameli. Toi käyttää vielä tota hienoa patrol movea, ja sitten ongelma on se, että jos nämä tyypit ei yllä tappaa, niin sitten ne vaan seisoskelee. Mikä on vähän kurjaa. Ja taas armeijaa käytetään tällä tosi aktiivisesti samaan aikaan, kun todennäköisesti kylä on tulessa. Täällä on kivimuurit. Okei. Okay.
Mä sain nyt tehtyä sen mun kullanhakkajat generoi. Siis puun hakkajat generoi.
Erinomaista.
Kultaa juttu.
Ai jaa, nyt kun mun armeija oli pois kiluksilta, niin täällä kamelistit tuli kiusaamaan mun kivenkeräjiä. Kammottava kohtalo. Voitais mennä tyyliin tosta läpi tosta. No, hienot kivimuurit ja sitten välissä on talo. Itsehän en koskaan tekis tällainen.
Tiedän hän paremmin.
Okei, mut sinisellä on nyt tää on aika lailla murtunut tää mitä täällä oli. Mä en tiedä onko sinisellä mitään armeijaa enää jäljellä.
Täältä nyt tulee nyt ensimmäiset treput.
Vihreä on tehnyt kaukaavisesti kyllä pelkästään halpoja kepiheittäjiä. Se on kuitenkin paras mitä tähän joukkoon on laittaa.
Mulla on imperiaalikirmisseriä siinä.
Ai. Se on kelpaa. Mä en tiedä missä sinisen armeija menee, mutta mä voin tuossa kattoo kylänsä, niin on ikävä. Koska täällä nyt lähinnä hengaillaan tällä hetkellä. Okei. Tehdään vähän heittokoneita tueksessa. Jos vihreällä on vielä lisää armeijaa, katsellaan. No, tämähän on nyt sitten lystiä kyllä. Oho. Mä tuun loisin sun kultakasolle. En meekään kun mulla on noi omatkin tuolla. Tuota. Onkohan sininen muuttanut sinne vihreän? Okei. Eli ei.
Ja vastaus on... ei.
Ehkä.
Puolimatkaa.
Olipas tää lystikäs peli, kun... Joo, puolimatka on aika hyvä. Noillekin oli varmaan joku idea. Hienosti handlasit ton alun paineen. Vaikka vahinkoja tulikin, niin veikkaan, että niillä oli kuitenkin, jos katsoo noita kyläläismääriä, niin tossa kohtaa kun ne on tehnyt sitä hyökkimistä, niin samalla lailla siellä on kyläseissä. Molemmissa päissä. Kun tää vaalea väri on näillä lähtenyt kasvaa, vaikka sä oot ollut siellä ahdingossa. Tuossa 2 ja 3 välissä.
Eikä 400 yksikköä ja mä 93.
Siinä näkyy se, että olet ollut muurina. Mutta ehdit tappotouhuihin mukaan.
Se on aina mukava.
Ja ehkä toi olikin noin, että siinä kohtaa kun sulta alkoi tulee armeija ja noi kaikki piirityskoneet, niin sitten viimeistään hoksaantuu, että ei ole mahdollista, kun tää sun alun niijaaminen ei ollutkaan tarpeeksi hyvä. Jos mä olisin ollut yksi härkkimässä, niin sitten tässä olisi ollut ihan hyvä toivo, että pääsevät tuossa, kun saavat norsut vaan käännytettyä tai jotain, niin pääsevät läpi. Komeeta, että sait tehtyä noita kepiheittejä. Kato, 4+4. Ihan niinku T90 kehu menee. Arbaleisterillä on 6+4. Vahinkoa. Niin ei oo hassumpia tyyppejä.
Vas täyteen tavaraa. 4+4 niinku hyvä.
4+4 on niinku hyvä. Kepiheittäjälle, kyllä.
Se on 3+3 sen Elite Kirmisserillä.
Jep. Niin. Sitten kun käytännössä kaikilla on joku... Onkohan täällä jotain eläviä olentoja vielä? Katsotaas. Siis esimerkiksi tällä mun hienolla elefantilla niin on 7 suojausta jousia vastaan. Eli se tekee vain 1 vahinkoa kyllä. Mutta sitten vaikka jollain hussarilla, joka on kuitenkin ihan perushyvä poni, niin sillä on 6. Eli toi sun kepiheittäjä tekee 2 vahinkoa tollasta jahtiponia vastaan siinä, missä tavallinen kepiheittäjä tekee vain puolet siitä. Eli 1. Ja nämä on kuitenkin tällaisia yksiköitä, mihin tollasen kepiheittäjän ei pitäisi tehdä yhtään mitään vahinkoa sinänsä.
Mitäs tää nyt menee? Ai. Tossa kun pistää hiiren tuohon päälle, niin näkee.
Ja sitten toi ensimmäinen ton passarin päällä, niin kauttamerkin vasemmanpuoleinen on toi lähitaistelu. Tai niinhän siinä lukeekin. Melee 3 ja Pierce 4 vaikka tällä meidän ystävällämme superkeppitökkijällä. Ja sit joskus tää näyttää jotain erikoisbonusvahinkoja. Olisiko se niin? Eli vaikka siis toi tekee... Tää perusvahinko tuolla Imperial Skirmisherillä on 8, mutta sitten se tekee jousiukkoja vastaan vielä 5 siihen päälle. Ja sitten keppiukkoja vastaan 4 ja ratsujousia vastaan 3. Tai mitä ne on, ratsuponeja.
Niin siis se on toi 4+4 ja sitten niin nää kun pistää tuohon miekan päälle, niin noi tulee vielä sen päälle tavallaan.
Joo, sillä sen täytyy olla. Et jos ei oo mitään, jos ei tuossa erikseen muuta mainita.
Erikoiskyky.
Joo,
vastaan.
Kyllä. Niin sit sitä pystyy myös tulkitsemaan, että mitä vastaan nämä on hyviä tai huonoja.
Ja mitä sitten kun on toi 6+2, niin 6 tarkoittaa hyökkäystä ja 2 tarkoittaa...
2 on tullut päivityksellä. Eli 6 on se perus ja sitten 2 on tullut niillä sepän niillä. 2 ekaa antaa +1 ja sitten se 3, jos sellaisen saa, niin se antaa +2 yleensä. Eli se forging ja mikä ikinä onkaan. Joo.
Puolella niin ennen kauttamerkkejä on meille ja sitten tuo kauttamerkin jälkeen on niin taivaalta tuleva.
Joo. Precis!
Keppi-mallinen. Okay.
Niin sit sitä pystyy vähän ynnäilemään. Ja sitten on ihan simppeliä matematiikkaa niin kuin jossain UOissa ikään, että otetaan hyökkäys miinus puolustus ja se menee läpi. Ja jos se jää nollaan, niin se on 1.
Joo.
Niin, että aina tulee jotain vahinkoa, mutta... Kuitenkin.
No joo.
Ja sitten elinvoima on se, mitä se on. Se on siis on 42 toi Imperial Skirmisherin, kun tällä mun Super Arbalestereillä on 40. Meinaako se, että se kestää jonkun katapultti-iskun tai jotain? Onko tossa joku strateginen juttu, että on +2 enemmän, niin sit se tekee jotain? Minä en tiedä.
Toinen on pelannut 130 peliä suurin piirtein tiimiä ja toinen on pelannut 500 vähän ylitti. 550.
No nähtävästi Lenobi, mä unohdin katsoa noin. Mutta katonpa nyt. Niin kai siellä joku juju oli.
Veikkaan, että ne on kattonut vain, että ihan Hopsipapeli on pelannut vähän vähemmän hyökätä sinne.
se on voittava taktiikka. Haistan heikon lenkin ja helpon veren.
Sitten mä olikin smurfi.
Jep. Ja nyt siellä kyräillään. Tää on just pilalla tää peli, että siellä siis tyyppi vaan hyppelee siellä kyläkeskukseen ilman, että kellot soi koko ajan ja Että mikä homma.
Mä tein tämmösen nauhataajaman itselleni.
Siis mä oon häkeltynyt. Tää on kyllä ihan hauskan näköinen tää. Tossa menee joku tonttiraja, kuntaraja tai joku. Aika selkeästi vedetty tohon.
Nyt metsien väliin.
Missä ennen oli säätiön maat, niin sinne ette tuu. Et no ei tulla, mut tullaan ihan niin hiasti. No, älkää mielellään tulko. No tullaan. Jos nyt kuitenkin tehdään niin, että tullaan. Mut tässä on semmoista oikeata tyyliä. Ja sitten heti kun oli heikko kohta, niin kuin noi kultakasat tai kivikasat, niin sitten ne ritarit tulee niihin melskaamaan. Ja ruojat.
Jep.
Olipa hauskaa. Kiitos tästä.
Okay. Kiitoksia. Mä lopettelen tähän.
Otaksuinkin, että alkaa olemaan sellainen pitkä päivä, jossa kaikki on koettu. Niin vaikka tuntuu oudolta, niin voitto putkeen.
Niin. Tähän erityisesti sen takia, että nyt jäi semmonen vaikeuksien kautta voittoon tunne, niin ei ole sitten seuraavan pelin jälkeen semmonen vaikeuksien kautta nopean tappioon.
Jep, se oli viateltu. Ja siis mä katsoin nyt, että sulla on ollut 117 kyläläistä. Et ihan hyvin sä teit tuossa ton paluun tähän pelin äärelle just niinku pitikin. Mä en vaan hoksannut sinne.
Niitä pihalle siinä lopussa. Tai jossain vaiheessa.
Ratkaisevaa suorittamista. Okei, olet vapaa. Kiitos tästä.
Palataan.
Palataan. Heisan. That was the dearest Hopsy Babeli, as you all realized. Although it's very likely that the aforementioned Hopsy is the only one present, but still, for all you who shall be watching the recording later on, yes? Yes! Vanha kettu ei taljoistaan pääse, niin kuin sanotaan. Ei kelpaa hännän huippu eikä muu. Okei, nopea tauko ja sitten mä tykittelen 1-1 niille, jotka haluaa nukahtaa hyvään rytmiin. Vi ska fortsätta i ett ögonblick. Hej då. Till till en. kuten meillä sanotaan. Okej, så nu vi ska fortsätta för en liten 1 versus 1 spelande. Perhaps. It's probably going to feel slightly weird playing alone after such a fun experience that he had. And again we are treated with a new civ from the Three Kingdoms expansion. But we can't really play well with as of yet, but Tekar Nofi. Good night, have fun. Yes. Or similar. So Teutons can play knights, for example. We get food with these military buildings, right? Infantry regenerates, so perhaps we will open with scouts then, because that's something that we almost never do. And it's a way to rattle our brains in a potentially good manner. Try something different every now and then, right? Go, and then you might go there. You. And 12, I probably had a plan for you, but okay. Well. Alright. Well, some idle time, but that was as close to perfection as can be expected at this level and hour. In any case, so we get extra cavalry attack. Okay, high Quang cavalry. And GR swordsman. Fast building houses. Okay, let's try that then. And now we get to test this 100% faster, which means in half of the time, it seems. That's something that we pondered about earlier. There. So where do we have them extra goats then? Because in the previous games we've been missing some, at least in the last one. I'm quite certainly very positive about that. Right. Okay, so there you go, and then you can just take the straightest path. Well, that was a misplay again, but not a very serious one. We can somehow work our way. Back to an efficient civilization, despite the loss of short-term loss of efficiency. So we've got wood, that's great. Ooh, if we build a barracks, then we should be able to click up almost instantly after that, because we have been learning stuff. You go there, right? Hmm.
什么？
粮草征收人，
准备就绪。
粮草征收人，粮草征收人。
All right. Splendid news.
何种命令？建筑工放工。什么？ 好，放工。
Bum, bum, bum. So a loom and a up. Oh yes. And then
准备就绪，正确。
loom and almost up. Alright, so a few militia would be great.
建
And
筑行矿工，
then we will focus on producing scouts. So we are going to need farms. We don't need too many on gold, but
准备就绪。
probably doesn't hurt if they think that, or if they can't read what we are doing, that's probably a plus for us,
行好。
because we are very cunning, and being very cunning is a sort of a plus.
何种命令？遵命。粮草征收人为粮草征收人
Okay, so you go there, but you will have yourself a farm, and then you as well.
建筑工。
Oh,
建筑
sorry.
工什么？
何种命令为建筑工？
Almost perfection.
什么？遵命。
Aha!
行好。攻击作战。
Nope.
作战。
Ugh. Well, that's a nice try.
准备就
So
绪。
you
什
go
么？
there.
准备就绪。什么？遵命。
Ah, house walls. Great. And
什
then
么？建筑工，建筑工，
准备就绪。建筑工。建筑工
house.
放工。
Yes. Great. Da da da da da. Okay, and then you cannot build us.
为建筑工，伐木工，准备就绪，伐木工，
Actually, go there instead. Da da da da. So they're really eager doing our scout, it seems. Da da da da. Da da da da. Okay, and then what we will want, of course, is armor for no obvious reason.
建筑工，
We are going to be in some dire situation eventually,
何种命令？
since we have too many people on gold.
建筑
Go
工，
there,
为粮草征收人。伐木工。
and then okay. Let's go there. 150. Da da da da da da da da da. Da da da da da da da da
准
da.
备就什么？行遵命。
Da da da da da da da da. Alright. Oh, hello. well. Some idle time, alright. And then we need to do something with our eco, right?
什么？建筑工，建筑农夫，
And that something could be
河主命令，
建筑工，建筑工，建筑工，何种命令？
correct. Well, this would also be very nice. Now that we are thinking about farming and all.
好，遵命伐木工，
Okay.
什么？
Forging would be great because of all this.
为建筑工，
All these hits would have been more
准备就绪。
efficient, of course.
建筑工，建筑工，伐木工，
Ah. If we had forging. But okay, well, in the next series we shall. Okay. And then you shall be a farmer as well.
准备就绪，建筑工，
And you could be a farmer too.
什么？正确，伐木工，为伐木工，
Yes.
准备奖赏征收人，
Okay. Double stable and let's try to surprise them a bit with this.
什么？
Although there is a chance that they are on their way to
征收人，
Castle Age already, but there's also a chance that we have other scores besides just the ones that we got for scouting. Dun, dun, dun, dun. And they have a stable of their own, that's great. Okay.
河主命
粮
令，
草征收人，什么？
You could be a farmer and you well you already are.
建筑
Ah.
工，
There you go. And we could go up there as well. What? Okay, my bad. Sorry. Well, this is fun. The amount of villagers they have lost. Well, we have had our own losses, of course, as well, but Right. And ooh, a market can be seen from a distance. So do we then just switch to a
建筑建筑工建筑建筑工
few? Ooh.
建筑工何种命令？
So what sort of upgrades do we have?
何
Nothing.
种命令
Okay.
正确？农夫。
什么？
遵命。遵命。好，行，正确。伐木工。伐木正确。伐木工。伐木工。
Oh, sorry. My bad.
为
建筑。
Sorry. Okay, and
就绪，何种命令？
you didn't really need that, but it's a very nice building, of course, to have. And up we go. Some armor would be nice. And then we have lost some of the scouts that we had earlier. Let's go there. And then we could just
准备就绪。
continue
矿
with
工。
this gold mining operation. And what is it that they will be producing then? Knights? So they had blacksmiths on the... Okay, let's just skip that. So can we see anything from their angle yet? Mm.
为行，正确。遵命。
Well. So they have
准备就绪。
upgrades already, so this probably means that they have
伐木工。
thought about adding some knights of their own then. Would that not make sense? I wonder whether they saw the archer ranges or not. Alright, so we will want more people on cold. And then university would be great.
建筑。伐木
The
工。
houses would be nice.
建筑伐木工。
Just have it there. And then more people on cold. Yes. And then 100 cold. Now we're just standing idly here. We are almost through over here. Okay, so let's have a look at their whereabouts before we move in. 175. Alright.
何种命令？
You could
建
be
筑。
farmers.
建筑。伐木工。
什么？
And then you could actually go there, and then you will be
准备就绪。建筑工。为
colors. Okay, that's great. Okay, so that's a surprise of events, and we see some knights. Let's have a few high Kongs then. Just with enough numbers, it's gonna be alright.
准备作战。
Let's just help these. Now that we are here. Alright, back to work, everyone.
遵命。何种命
And
令？
you as well. Oh, sorry. There you go. Ballistics, which takes some extra cold, right? right?
进攻，
Sorry, work, and you as well.
建筑工，什么？建筑
Mm,
什么？
not quite sure.
被就绪，
准备就绪。
Ah, well, our eco is more balanced than it ever was. So that's great.
何种
And
命
then
令？
this would be great.
准备就绪，
放工。
何种命令？
You
放
go
工，
there. Right?
什么？
Hmm.
准
Oh,
备就绪
eventually. Let's just go there and make some hassle happen.
何种命令？ 准备就绪，攻击，遵命，停，遵命，遵命，是。
Oh.
作战，停，好，攻击，遵命，作战，作战，停，停，遵命，好，停，遵命。什么？进攻，是。作战，是。攻击，进攻，停，好，是，停，好，作战，好，攻击，遵命，好，停，遵命，遵命，好，停，停，遵命，作战，停，遵命。准备就遵命。什么？遵命。作战。何种命令？遵命。好，是。什么？遵命。停，遵命。进攻。
Okay, so what are we up to now? Some
什么？建筑。
more ponies would be great.
何种命令？建筑工。
And you could go there. There as well. You.
什么？建筑工。
And it's gonna be alrightish. Okay.
何种攻击？进攻。准备就绪。好，遵命，遵命，停，作战，遵命。 何种命令？什么？遵命，遵命。好。准备就绪。何种命令？停，遵命。
So extra walls.
停，遵命。
It's great.
作战。好。什么？
Nope.
停，遵命，停，遵命，停，
Oh,
遵命。
that's my bad.
什么？是。好，停，遵命。
Let's
好，
just
停，
move
遵命。
there
好
then.
遵命。何种命令？好。进攻。停好。作战。遵命。遵命。什么？遵命。停，遵命。进攻。好。停，遵命。攻击。作战。进攻。何种命令？
Okay, well this is supposed to be quite difficult position for them, right? Because we will have some more units still coming any day now.
建筑工。
You go there.
准备就绪。建筑工。
Put some extra vision. That's great.
建筑工。
准备就绪。
There. Oh yes. Okay. So let's just get right in.
准备就绪。遵命。停好。
That wasn't too great, but it was alright.
停。
Oh. I think their situation is quite difficult. Komia pusku. Says hopsi paapeli. Why indeed? Feels like one. Well, I think Tekornolfi is playing this in a very similar fashion as I usually do. Just trying to defend with very little, or with as little as possible, and then perhaps doing a counter attack. Is that what's happening now? Okay. Let's secure our position a bit with that. And yeah, I think it's quite grim, this situation of theirs. Even if we share that. Where is it? Ah, there. Okay. It's alright. can stand to lose some units every now and then. Okay. And then what? More houses. Some more farms. Here, for example. This is a very efficient farm, by the way. It's a saying. You can go there and take care of that. Oops. You can take care of these first. Oh, it's just very fun. Despite the fact that we are fighting under the town limit, it's still efficient enough. No, don't go there. Sorry. Okay, so now what? We could perhaps just move in. Oh. And some of you guys could also... Well, we will discuss this back home. You go there, you go there. GG, yeah. Thanks. Well played too. I have giving up with defenses. Occasional rating. Struggle. So Kornofi is clearly a very nice player to hang around with. Alright, but yes, so there. Everything's very simple when you have the eco to be wasteful. That affords some wastefulness. 1000 games already? De Cornofi from Chile. It says so they've been playing quite much with Tudans as of late, but I'm not quite sure then what their game plan was. But perhaps if we spend a minute watching that, because what I've seen in the past was some people trying to get to the castle age quickly, and then I think Tudors have what, cheaper farms or something, and that's what allows them to have double stable knights, perhaps even from just a single stable knights in a very early phase of the game. And I think I've died to that once or twice already. Thrice or quadrice or something. Ugh, pushing the deer and all. And then praises the multitasking capabilities of ours. Right, so this is just a decoy, sort of. And then they changed the walls. Instead of doing the egg-shaped ones, they decided to make the longer ones, right? So we also have 1 minute of idle time. I was expecting that they would be adding a gate or something there. That's why I turned. That was too tight a turn. So now they are just idling. Well, actually it's very good because now we forced them to move from this 2 lumber camp setup, so this is going to delay some of their farms a bit, because this is going to be somewhat more long distance. Wood camping I'd like to say, but no. Lumberjacking. And then we were just in time with the scouts to save the militia, so that they get to see another day. Now we both have added half a minute more idle TC time. But this is something that I think is very annoying. Now if I had been more careful, we could have spotted this villager there. So we lead by a few villagers, and then this is the misplay that they did. One of them sending this almost dead villager forward. Alright. Alright, so what do they know? They've seen farms and gold. They don't have any farms. I didn't even realize at this stage. Oh yes, because they're doing horse collar first. Right. We almost did that as well. So they've invested to archers. I don't think that's something that you actually want to invest into, but perhaps they were expecting you and this infantry to carry on being infantry, alright? And then they over-invested because those archers are not of 0 value, but it's still 2 farms and some extra resources that they could be having. Well, they did no upgrade, so that's alright. But even now, this militia, they won us some extra hits there. I would like to claim. And this scout is going to die, but not for nothing. Din din din din. This would have been nice to catch. Perhaps later on we will. So there are some villagers behind. The idle TC time is huge for both of us. Now they are in the stable, since the long-term plan should be knights. Doesn't have to be, should be, but it's thinking with a few patterns that I do have in my mind. We shouldn't have as much idle TC time as them, but this has been a very difficult game, and if they watch this recording, then they will also understand that our multitasking was not necessary. It was perhaps slightly better, but it wasn't too great in any case. It is nice. Having this armor allows us to fight on the towns and again harassing the cold. And the worker efficiency is still way better for us. And they are losing villages, so it's 7. So we would be even, which makes sense because of the idle TC time is more or less even. I'm a little so late to react to that. And I was happy to catch this hole there. One more villager goes down. Well, this is just a... I don't know if they're keeping count, but they have 0 on wood and they have 21 farms. 22 farms. So even with horse collar they are going to run out of wood very fast. Eventually. Since they only have 3,800 food left. Okay. So here's bloodlines. 2 people and well, this, and they also added the blacksmith only now. Right. Well, they have market, so they could rely on that, but they have 0 on gold, 0 on wood. So if it felt like they are in a some deep struggle, then that was quite correct read. This was unnecessary loss, but it just requires too much micro. So now we have double the villagers already. Right, so welcome to the castle age. Right. I think here they should be balancing even more. Well, half the farms are idle, so that's probably quite alright, but they can't afford too many knights because they don't have enough people on gold. And all these pikes are more or less useless now. Or they could be few extra villagers, few extra knights. And this is also a sad thing that they spend some time, because these are going to get some kills, because we are slow to react to these. These people could have been saved earlier. Alright, and also I missed the scouts that got some kills already, or earlier. In any case, those were valiant moves, but now they should be booming. I think they're doing the right moves here and there because they are protecting these resources. This townsend could have probably... Well, it protects the wood line, so it makes sense. And the knights are thinking of counter-attack, and then again they are struggling. And the farms go quite idle as a whole. I wonder whether they are using Market and did they already? Oh yeah, slightly. Yeah. With the armor, even though they have 10 villagers, which is the maximum, or perhaps Teutons could get some extra arrows, I'm not sure about that. But now that we have 2 sets of armors already in place, we don't need to be too worried about this Townsenders. Well, we have double the eco in any case, so it allows us to be wasteful also. But yeah, okay, well that was quite nice. I like the way they are securing the base, but it's just very... It's a very difficult game. And I think here again the Townsend, had it been there, could have protected them a little better. Alright, and then the scouts arrive and the archers are there, and yeah. Yes. Well, this is usually how we, at least how it feels like we are played against. We just can't make the moves. There's all constantly something happening, and we just have to react to that. And they were also very fast. Or, well, at least they were fast enough. So that wasn't the problem if they had any. All right. Oh yeah. So let's just hop back and see if we can beat some other. Hopsi Paapeli, Livahan nukkuu, hauskoja pelejä. Tattis, hyviä unia ja kiitos hengailuseurasta näinä synkkinä aikoina kuin nyt on. Och vi ses. Ja hetkinen. Siltä varalta, että vielä olet, niin ta hand om dig. Okej, guten natt. And that means we are down a moderator. So it's time to start behaving. Alright, so now we... Well, this is not necessarily a hard counter as those professionals are able to tell us, but at least Tudens gives us some extra protection against potential monks. So that's nice. So you go there as well, and then banana in Portland. You go there, and then you go there, and then it's up to us to find more to eat. Right. Dum, dum, dum. So we've seen some Aztecs moves. Eagles are still a thing. The skirmishers, yes, can also make things happen. Then what about us? Students. Nice and nice. So farms are minus 40%, alright. Barracks and stable units get extra melee armor. Perhaps that's... Oops, sorry. What gives us this? It might just give us some tools against... What? Here already? These people. Some people are just very terrible. And we are still missing some sheep. So did they steal those is the question. Run! Alright, so help your fellow. Well, that's gonna have to do. And then you will move back here. And it's gonna be alright. I forgot to check whether we... I should keep some sort of vague idea regarding the resources that we have found and the resources we are still lacking, but perhaps that's more advanced a thing. So there might be an elephant somewhere, so it's over there, right? And then it seems as if they are waiting for us to show up so that they can hurt our early game. Right? What? This goes to show that the theory regarding alright, because the line of sight is so great. That's not very good. Sorry about that. So idle TC for 1500 minutes and it's all terrible. But this also means that we will just have to... So you move there. And then... This makes me think that they may have stolen some sheep, unless they are over there. They are here, alright. Well, forget about that then. Our only problem then is the fact that we have had some minutes of idle TC time because of this laning attempt, even if that didn't work out. So 3 tiles and 3 tiles and
Buvere,
Here.
Jägere,
Bereite.
and then
Heia, Buvere, ja, Buvere, Jägere,
Heise. Holzer.
Heise, das ist Holzer,
and then up. This is a terrible world where we are living in.
Das ist
Currently.
Jägere.
Okay,
Bereite,
so you
Heise,
could be gold miners. This is a very nice back gold. I like it. There.
Uvere.
House.
Uvere.
ja,
And then you
Holzer,
could eat
Suche.
that. Great.
Heia. Heise.
Okay.
Heia. Ja. Bereit.
You
Holzer.
could
Holzer.
go there.
Holzer.
Heia,
you
Holzer,
beat
Suche,
that.
Suche,
And greatness is achieved. And then the question is, what are our opponents up to? And because they tried to lane, there's a chance that they also had some idle time of their own.
Heia.
It happens,
Holzer,
as we all
Yeah.
know. So those berries would be great. So now, do they have barracks already or something? Which does not make sense. Perhaps they lamed because this is a chicken map. So we could be adding farms. They are very cheap after all.
Bereite.
Heise, Heia,
Heia.
Buvere,
Just-
Suche,
Heise. Holzer. Ja.
So a pike. That's great. And then what? Just passing, don't you mind. 1500 people on gold. So it could be eagles. Adding some walls, that's great. No loom. I think they should have. Dun dun dun dun. Alright, so chicken roll. Oh, they shouldn't be running away downhill. Alright, so 2 dead villagers. That evens this thing out a bit.
Uvere. Uvere.
ja,
Uvere. Uvere.
And then of this and this and this and that, you can go there. Then what do we do?
Uvere. Uvere. Heise.
So they are playing fast, casualish approach,
Heia.
and let's just have some presence in form of. Well, archers would be fun because
Heise.
you don't really see Teutonic archers, I
Yeah.
don't think, all too often.
Uvere.
So let's play with that.
Holzer.
Few more on food. We have all the necessary upgrades already.
Bereite. Uvere.
And then we will just enjoy. We don't also need as many people on wood because these farms are cheaper, right? Would that not make sense? Now we should be ready to just click up whenever. Sorry.
Heia.
Sorry,
Uvere.
house
Holzer.
and sorry,
Uvere.
a house and a
Uvere.
farm.
Bereite,
You shall also be a farmer, and then everything's gonna be fine.
Bereite.
A
Uvere.
house and a farm. That is our fond.
Uvere.
Heise,
And then you will eat this, and then you will move to food. Enough.
Heise, ouvert.
Ja.
3 archers to cause the havoc. If possible.
Heise, das ich soll. Ja.
You could be a gold miner,
Ja,
although we shall still have a plenty of those.
Bereite.
Okay.
over. Hey, ja.
Now,
Bereit.
now.
Hey, ja. Ouvert.
Okay.
Bereite. Dies war Sasa. Heise.
Ooh, Gazillion eagles are in the woodline, so run. They don't have armor yet. We don't have fletching yet.
Bereite. Dies war.
Fletching would be handy.
Ja,
Ja, das ich soll. Dies war.
Well, the only thing that we really need
Bereite.
is
Heise,
is a stable, so let's build
ouvert.
that.
Holzer.
Ja, Zerstörme. Sasa. Streetet. Heise. Ja, Zerstörme. Ja, dies war. Zerstörme. Ja, Sasa. Ja. Ja.
Fletching would be great. Also, upgrades would be great. Alright. Run! Then we will just enjoy life. Bloodlines would be great. Run! Sorry. Not the perfect control, but rightish.
Das ist Gold. Bereit. Das ist Gold.
Bereite. Ja.
Das ist Gold. Das ist Gold. Das war.
Alright.
Ja,
And then the only thing we need is some you go there,
hey, ja.
you as well. Alright. And then you
Das ist Rette. Ouvert.
build that stat.
Das ist Gold. Ja,
Great. Okay.
bereit.
So now we are in a slightly difficult position because we will need some resources, and they probably have a plenty. But let's just live the life as if we never had a problem to begin with. So some extra resources over there would be great. So it's counter attack the clock. Sorry. No. No. Yes. Yes.
Bereit.
You go there. Go there. Do we want to protect the gold or something? Let's think. Double barracks. Okay. So this would be great. A few houses would be nice. Back to the wood line you go. And then this would also be great. Alright, we don't have a range anymore.
Heise. Ouvert. Holzer. Hey,
Go there. Extra knight would be nice. We still have loom, and I'm not sure whether that's on purpose or what. Okay. Well, it's very weird. In any case, they have invested heavily to the Feudal Age army, so... Oh, well. They don't have any pikes. Well, that can't really be the right call then. I think if they just could, it would have made sense to have the army pop up off the the age up call, but alright. And there you go. Let's just go there with the single knight since we still have one. So there you go, then we might want to go there. And then we might want to go there. Oops. And there you go. Second stable would be great. Few farms would be nice. There would also be farmers. And besides that, everything continues as per usual. Okay. Few ordinary ponies as well. And then very important. Okay. So we might have a slight lead in economy for a while, but probably won't last for long unless we do something clever and useful. 3 knights would be a plenty, like this. Okay, so they have gotten some upgrades on already, which is good for them. Perhaps we could help our friends a bit. I'm not sure whether they are aware of the fact that these are very capable units in itself too. These knights of ours. Then what? Oh, hello. Oh, what? Okay. Then we could add some extra units if possible. You could also be farmers. Not very good fight. Oh, sorry. They are also converting all sorts of weird units. Right. And then we could add a few more houses to make this thing work. Can't really fit this anywhere. So build this and go there, right? You build this. A few more knights would be great. A few more ordinary ponies as well. Extra attack would be nice. I don't know if this is very clever. Like, sort of, why not? But farms you go. spamming those units best they can, because why not? Sorry. I didn't really need to lose these, but well, happens. Okay. Oh, skirms! The greatest weapon there is. Can we still have that for us? Hello? Hello. How do we do? Well, they are probably struggling a bit here, because now they are losing units that they might want to have. If they were able to have some of those still, it would be great. Okay, so you get that for us.
Ouvert.
Extra vision, why not? There you go. Ballistics would be great. Okay, well this is very nice. I'm sorry about that. And then you go there. This would be handy in the future. Oh. Hello. Okay, so more houses, right. Can we fit this anywhere? That's great. Right. 31 farmers. I think we could have a few more. Well, this is not the best place to be fighting at, but well, the unit composition is not the greatest, but it's a composition, so why not? Okay, well this is still looking very promising. I would like to claim. Oh. So if we were to build a castle over here, then we could continue with another one over there. Let's just take it from there. See how it goes. Okay. Hello. Here instead. Right. Need help. That a bit. Okay, well this is a very fun game. Could we have devotion somehow? We could. Okay. Banana in Portland has resigned. Well, they have a very nice eco, but That wall would have been nice there. Because this was their only gold available, right? Well, that's scary. So they have had their main gold here. And then there's the secondary and third. And that's why this was so important, and then idling the town center even for a short while was enough to keep them away from eagles. Okay. So that was the play for them then. Perhaps they could have added a few pikes, but might be that they have a plan and a system and so forth. So then it would not have been too fun. So banana from Argentina. Seems to me that they are playing with random civs, only a couple of plays with Spanish and Turks that are, well, they are not against the odds, but recurring plays. Okay, let's have a quick look then. So we had slightly larger army, slightly stronger eco, but around here-ish it seems that we took unnecessary losses. So we have been behind in villagers. Makes sense because we had a couple of minutes of idle TC time, but this approach of theirs was very similar to the one that we had with the first game that we played with. No, the second game we played with Hopsy earlier today. Good luck, they wish. They're scouting really actively, even using a couple of goats just to make sure that they don't run away, and then hit the wood line and why would they wait around the elephant if they are to lame it? Unless of course they wanted to make some time there. Oh, they were also quite fast with theirs, perhaps. So now we are housed. And we are going to be housed for quite some time. Alright. Oh, and they just clicked away and then it was too late. Is this something that works with Eagle? You can't just click it. They perhaps didn't notice that we were blocking the elephant and... Right. But we still had 1 minute of idle TC time. They also had some seconds. But still... And now they are pushing the neutral deers or ostriches. Because they are very clever. And we could have denied that. Oh, and they are... Oh, well, they tried. So perhaps they are not the fastest player then. Well, they should be sufficiently fast, so what's the deal? Mauling with 3 villagers. Healing the eagle and everything. I still find this weird because they had what, 8 tiles, 6,400 gold. You can make what, 100 eagles with that, but it's just 100. So why would you not try to secure the second gold as well? Especially if it's if it might just be a short extra curve there. Then again, it is true that just having a... This is a very unfortunate moment for them. Not noticing the villagers there. Because now we are not even, but we are quite even. Especially now that they are not queuing for more. What's the deal with that? Okay. In any case, I could have and probably should have scouted this with whatever archer that we had, that they are building up forces here. Even though they had the walls, this is a nice move by them. Well, of course they should be adding more farms, I think, because they need wood for absolutely nothing. But here, this is a very nice horde of troops. Armor would be great, but it's still something, and I think they... Well, without the armor it's probably not worth it to dive under the townsend because they're going to die. Just getting rid of the production buildings is very good. But I think it would make sense to just split these forces a bit. Just a few units here and there. But now they also have extra idle TC time. And this is probably when they are trying to go back to... Oh, right. The armor. And then do... Take a look at their eco as well. Right, so attacking the archer range and then going back to fix their eco. So they are floating plenty of wood. They've only lost a few. Right. Yes. Few units. Now this is more difficult for us when we are going to lose villagers because some of them are going to get trapped. Their army control is not the greatest, mind you. So that saves, I think, a few villagers. So that's the one who got trapped. And it's still 2 kills to 1 loss for us. Even though they have quite nice villager lead, we have no explanation for that, besides the castle age, of course. Alright, so then back home they go. They should be good be clicking up, so why aren't they not? Because they are lacking the second building. Right. Okay, well this was a little shaky game for them. Or you can tell that they have been struggling. Very unlike we ever. And this is also very unfortunate, and now that they don't... Well, they are building forces, but having just a few knights is enough to be a very scary looking thing. They're preparing for holes. But if this was just a slightly bit more forward, then these gold miners could rest in peace. Or they could work in peace. Now what happens is that they are going down. But are they omitting loom because they are trying to play this in an aggressive fashion? Or is this just something that they are just neglecting by bad luck or something? Or because they overlooked that? Alright, so we have 10 villager lead. They are still floating wood, but perhaps they are just using those to add 5 more barracks soon. But this is a very scary or very scared looking approach. Like making just these tiny holes in the walls to add a building. Probably something that the professionals are teaching. But still, now I think they should be raiding us. At least they are scouting in a very valiant manner. And that's why the score is also so promising. This is very, like, I wouldn't have gambled that, but they knew. They knew. But then we had some nice moments where we were able to kill quite a few monks. So they are down to... No, that's not correct. 1,200, perhaps 1,200 gold. But they have enough resources, so they could be clicking up now if they wanted to. And I thought that could have been the play as well, because the eagles get better as you go. As you advance in ages. I don't know if it gives them much to... In one form or another, I think they should be spending their resources in any case. So I'm just... I don't understand why they don't have more town centers or universities just to be able to click up. Because they don't have that large of an army. They are not basically booming, but they are not building army, but they are also not. And then they're using the side. This is also something I can't do the math, of course, but if they just deleted the house from there, they would have been here or there. They would have been here 30 seconds faster. Would that have been enough to save the lives of few extra villagers? Because now they're just in time to kill, I don't know. 3 villages, 5 villages, 6 villages, 7 villagers. Oh, and they are not even noticing. Oh, yes. 8 villagers. Well, that's quite nice. Given that they are now just about to start booming. They could be clicking up again if they only had the building. So what's the plan? More eagles. Oh. It's probably a fun way to play, sort of, but... Town bell because of... Sort of because of this, I presume, but I'm not quite sure. I like the fact that these knights are prioritizing villagers ever so often. So 21 villager kills, we would not be even, but they would have more tools if they hadn't lost those. And then the castle is slowly going to appear. They should be expecting that, I think. This is a very obvious place for a castle. We could have even dropped it there because we have the army support. But well, the next castle would be there. Then they have the colt there, so they could have also, at least earlier, 90 eagles. They could have secured that. Then they also had the whole there for a while. I don't know why that was. Perhaps they were pondering whether they want to move forward or secure this one, and then they decided to take the front gold. And then the village, all of them are dead, and that's that. Alright. But I'm quite not sure. I think they could have clicked to Imperial Age, perhaps played with pikes and skirmish with the resources that they had, and then with the upgrades then try the eagle overwhelming again. Eagle overwhelm approach again. Don't know. But at least we managed to read the game correctly in a few occasions, knowing that just a few villager kills would be yes, would be enough to keep us even. So that's encouraging for the future. And 1.1 is not too far away, and we are not even struggling currently. This is very weird. Perhaps it's the Friday magic or something. Okay, so a short break. I'll fix myself some coffee, I presume, and have a snack, and we'll be eventually back. Enjoy. Alright, it's about time we continue. Now that we are still alive, breathing and all. Let's see, so my nomad type of a start with boggy lowlands to build your towns and claim the rich wildlife nearby. Alright. We probably have some sort of tactics over here, and students are all rage.
Evet.
It seems.
Hazır.
Yaparım. Evet.
So how do we find some?
Tamam, doğru.
Efendim. Emrin.
Can we?
Efendim.
Okay.
Emrin.
Usta.
That will do. That's not the greatest now that I think of it, but it's a very good house and position. In any case. Hadia. I thought people might be playing Mongols or something here because of the amount of boars, but
Evet.
Oduncu.
perhaps they have a different sort of a plan. Would they be moving because they still have treated on? Okay, so they're here. So they can't be thinking of it. Sorry. Houses, right?
Efendim? Usta. Oduncu.
So they even have this buffalo and all. It's weird. Okay. Dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun.
Emrin.
We have this over here eventually. Yes.
Hazır. Avcı. Emrin. Avcı. Hazır.
We are late with this. Run. It's terrible.
Tamam.
Hazır. Avcı. Emrin. Avcı.
So that's 4. That's great.
Efendim.
Avcı.
20. Very good.
Avcı. Avcı.
Ah, great. So there are different ways of approaching this game then, we have learned. So you go there and you shall build us a house.
Evet. Usta. Tamam.
So what do we need if we want to have a few?
Efendim. Usta.
Oh yes, you go there.
Hazır.
You get that
Hazır.
and you will build us that.
Usta.
Yes.
Usta. Usta. Oduncu. Emrin.
Evet. Avcı. Tamam. Evet. Avcı.
Efendim.
Emrin.
I can only hope that they will also have
Doğru.
a few
Hazır.
moments of
Avcı.
idleness.
Yaparım. Hazır. Efendim? Tamam. Avcı. Avcı.
Well. Oh, yes, let's get that. So we have few foxes here and there, that's good. And where was it? There. Great.
Emret usta. Usta. Oduncu. Usta. Oduncu. Hazır. Avcı. Evet. Doğru. Yaparım. Tamam.
And do we still
Evet.
have
Doğru. Tamam.
plenty of boars or what?
Avcı. Avcı. Yaparım. Tamam. Doğru.
Evet.
Tamam.
Hazır. Oduncu.
Well, let's just
Emret
call it
hazır.
a very
Efendim, doğru.
nice attempt.
Evet. Avcı.
Because that it was.
Hazır.
Efendim?
You will go there as well, and there. And then we will need a few. Yes. Everything's very difficult.
Emrin?
I've come to know this. Like usually as well, but no,
Usta.
especially now. When we are trying to be very clever, you see. Oh, right. And then you will just go back home. I don't know if this is just scouting or what. Ooh! Hello?
Yaparım. Tamam. İleri. Hazır ol. Tamam. Evet. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Saldır. Allah Allah. Hazır ol. Evet. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Evet.
Well, we were very clever taking 2 boars then, I think. Well, what now? A few more.
Hazır.
Good.
Hazır
So
ol.
we
Tamam,
are
yaparım.
Turks.
Allah Allah. Saldır. Evet.
Destroying a house would be nice, so let's just focus on that.
Emrin? Evet. Tamam. Doğru. Evet.
Evet. Doğru. Siz. Efendim.
Efendim?
Siz.
Evet. Avcı.
Emret. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım.
Efendim?
There was a
Oduncu.
house.
Emrin?
Oh,
Tamam,
sorry.
doğru.
Help!
Yaparım.
Hazır.
Oh,
Hazır. Evet.
Doesn't
Yaparım.
work.
Avcı.
Efendim? Doğru.
let's just go there.
Avcı. Tamam. Doğru. Avcı.
Emret. Yaparım.
Evet. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Doğru. Yaparım. Tamam. Doğru. Emret.
Evet.
Tamam. Evet. Avcı.
Oh.
Emret. Avcı. Yaparım. Oduncu. Efendim. Evet. Hazır.
Yaparım.
Evet. Tamam. Avcı.
Perfection is achieved
Hazır.
constantly. No
Evet.
additional notes.
Tamam.
So we still have a few boars. So we could be trying to fetch those if possible.
Hazır ol. Tamam.
There. Right, perhaps a
Hazır.
few
Emrin?
houses.
Usta. Usta. Madenci.
Evet.
Hazır. Evet. Evet. Doğru.
Tamam.
Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Evet. Doğru. Evet. Avcı. Tamam. Doğru. Avcı. Doğru. Tamam. Yaparım. Avcı. Tamam. Yaparım.
Run!
Tamam. Yaparım.
Hazır. Yaparım. Evet. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Doğru. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Doğru. Tamam. Yaparım.
So now we need to step up our game.
Madenci.
Emret. Yaparım. Evet. Emret. Allah Allah.
Focus on that. And
Efendim.
then
Avcı. Emrin? Evet. Doğru. Yaparım.
Emret.
Avcı. Evet. Tamam. Evet. Doğru. Avcı. Tamam. Seyiz. Avcı. Efendim? Yaparım.
Hazır.
Evet.
Avcı. Efendim. Avcı.
right. So we are just slightly late
Evet. İleri. Evet.
in some fronts.
Tamam. İleri. Hazır ol. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Emret. Saldır. Saldır. Evet. Tamam. Yaparım. Hazır ol. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Evet. Allah Allah. Emret. İleri. Evet. Hazır ol. Emret. Saldır.
Dun, dun, dun, dun. Okay, then we will add archers because that's the way to play this.
Emret. Allah Allah. Evet. İleri. Saldır. Evet. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Evet. Hazır ol.
Ooh.
Emret. Tamam. Yaparım. Saldır.
So nothing worrying is happening here. That's great.
Evet, siz.
I think we have some advantage. Some more houses over here, right? Like,
Hazır ol. Tamam. İleri.
Hazır.
Yaparım. Doğru. Usta.
so double range blacksmith.
Usta.
Great.
Allah Allah. Evet. Saldır.
With tower, alright?
Evet.
And then a few more people on gold.
Emrin.
And then we will just somehow take it from there. Okay, that's great.
Emret. İleri.
Still, I think that's great. Let's just go there.
Emret usta. Oduncu.
And then what? We still have little food left. We have these foxes and other huntables there and here and there.
Evet.
A
Usta.
nice mill.
Oduncu.
Hazır.
Oh.
Evet.
Tamam.
Right.
Doğru. Evet.
Run!
Hazır. Efendim, yaparım.
Hazır ol. Allah Allah. İleri.
Emret hazır.
Doğru. Efendim?
Okay, and then
Oduncu.
There you go.
Efendim.
how many archers we have?
Evet.
A
Yaparım.
few.
Yaparım. Saldır. Tamam.
Evet. Oduncu.
Boop, boop, boop, boop, boop.
Usta. Oduncu.
Well, actually, let's do this first.
Hazır ol. Allah Allah. Yaparım. Tamam. Allah Allah. Yaparım. Saldır. Tamam. Yaparım. İleri. Yaparım. Evet. Saldır. İleri. Allah Allah. Tamam. Saldır. Evet. Yaparım. İleri. Allah
sorry.
Allah. İleri.
Well, shut.
Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Emret. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Evet. Tamam. Tamam. Saldır. Yaparım. Allah Allah. Tamam. Yaparım. Evet. Tamam. Yaparım. İleri. Hazır ol. Tamam. Saldır. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Allah Allah. Tamam. Yaparım. İleri. Tamam. Evet.
Okay, and then you can go there, and you will be farmers.
Usta.
And
Evet. Yaparım. Allah Allah. Emret. Hazır ol.
well, this should be a very difficult game for them, I think,
Evet. Emret. Yaparım.
given the current situation.
Evet. Evet.
More
Saldır.
powers
Tamam,
is
yaparım.
great,
Allah
but
Allah. Yaparım. İleri. Tamam.
Just-
Saldır. Yaparım. İleri. Yaparım. Evet. Tamam. Tamam. Allah Allah. Tamam. Saldır. Yaparım. Evet. Yaparım. Allah Allah. Tamam. İleri. Yaparım. Evet. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. İleri. Tamam. Saldır. Yaparım. Allah Allah. Tamam. Evet. Yaparım. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam.
alright. A few more archers. We could go there, for example. Then we could add some
Hazır.
more farms,
Usta.
because they are all raid these days.
Madenci.
And then you will build us a. You can go there. Yes.
Hazır ol.
Correct. So are they down there
Evet.
somewhere?
Tamam. Saldır. Yaparım. Yaparım. Emret. Tamam. Yaparım. Evet. Yaparım. Hazır ol. Evet. Tamam. Hazır ol. Tamam. Allah Allah. Yaparım.
Ah, great.
Evet, doğru.
There you go.
Emrin. Usta.
This and then
Hazır.
Oduncu.
Emret, ileri. Tamam. Evet, yaparım. Evet, yaparım. Allah Allah, yaparım. Saldır, yaparım. Yaparım. Emret, hazır ol. Yaparım. Tamam. Evet, yaparım. İleri. Hazır ol. Emret, evet. Tamam.
we have all sorts of fancy things now.
Saldır, yaparım. Evet, yaparım. İleri, yaparım. Saldır, yaparım. İleri, yaparım. Allah Allah, yaparım. Evet, yaparım. Allah Allah, yaparım. İleri, yaparım. Saldır, yaparım. Evet, yaparım. İleri, yaparım. Evet, yaparım.
We went shooting at the
Saldır,
lumber
yaparım.
camp. That's very clever by us.
Emret, yaparım. İleri, yaparım.
Okay, so what's happening? Nothing is happening. Nothing much is happening. 2 towers by them. More houses are needed.
Usta. Oduncu.
Emrin.
We could move here, even though it's slightly rough
Emret,
spot.
evet.
Oh, hello. Farming are we?
Evet, tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Allah Allah, yaparım. Saldır, yaparım. Yaparım. İleri, yaparım. Evet, ileri. Allah Allah, yaparım. Saldır, hazır ol. İleri.
Hello. Okay.
Evet, tamam. Yaparım.
Oops.
Hazır ol. Yaparım.
So how do we play it from there? Sorry, from here.
Usta.
Let's move there. We have too much
Hazır.
gold. Actually,
Usta.
so you could be farmers, I think, and 2 little space for farms.
Emret, hazır ol. Yaparım. Saldır.
So you are a
Emret,
horse.
yaparım. Evet.
Efendim.
Allah Allah.
Evet, siz.
So is it almost, but quite? Oh,
Efendim.
my bad.
Siz.
Emret, tamam. Yaparım. Saldır, yaparım. İleri, yaparım. Allah Allah, yaparım. Evet, tamam. Saldır, yaparım. İleri, yaparım. Allah Allah, yaparım. İleri, yaparım. Evet, yaparım. Allah Allah, yaparım. Saldır, yaparım. İleri, yaparım. Saldır,
So more archer ranges, alright?
yaparım. Allah Allah.
So could we then build
Usta.
2 stables,
Usta.
2 houses, and take it from there. We might try to, at
Hazır.
least. We might try. So then
Emrin.
we don't need more.
Usta. Avcı. Evet, doğru. Yaparım. Madenci.
Gold.
Avcı.
Yes, well, it's a hassle. Let's just leave it at that.
Hazır ol, tamam mı? Yaparım.
Nope.
Evet, yaparım. Tamam, yaparım. Tamam.
Bloodlines, forging. Few scouts, just to show that we are serious, and then
Efendim.
oof,
Emrin.
castle outlook is for all parties.
Usta.
Care about these sorts of things. 250.
Hazır. Usta. Oduncu.
Oh, well, that's probably all right. Few more nights and then in we go. Perhaps we could go there and
Hazır ol.
save these poor
Evet,
archers.
yaparım.
Hello.
Hazır ol. Tamam, yaparım. Evet, evet.
Oh.
Emret, yaparım.
Oh, hello. So what's happening over here then?
Hazır ol. Yaparım. Allah Allah yaparım. Saldır yaparım. Evet.
They might have all the right game plans and everything, but this is very difficult.
Yaparım. Yaparım. Evet. İleri. Saldır. Emret. Evet. Yaparım. Allah Allah. Yaparım. Evet. Yaparım. Saldır.
It's going to have to be very difficult. Oh, what's this then? Oh, okay.
Evet.
So some idols, yes. Alright, well this was a very clean game. And we benefited from the Turks bonus of free light calorie upgrade that I had forgotten about, of course, but Hadia, 700 games. Well, I felt that they had probably here then better macro and eco handling. Hadia from Sweden. They've had some games with Turks, with students, so they probably have a plan for those. Previous games seems to be very Turk heavy. So what's their game plan then? Does it make sense to move to the side? Because that's what they did. Perhaps this was a new map for them as well. Let's see. Mired. They have had some valleys and Paradise Island. Lowland, Glade. At least they have not shied away from those. Oh, but they've been playing with students. So probably they have some things. But this might have been first map. And we see from the stats. Most played maps. Mired. Okay, so 3 games in Mired. And there's also a chance that they have been aeons ago, because I can't remember whether there are some new maps or not. Alright, so we had a very difficult start, but so was theirs, it seems. Also forced to rush a house and all. But at least they had more luck with this. The Water Buffalo scouting of theirs. And here I'm thinking that if they had chosen the position 1000 there, then it would have been more in the vicinity of that. These boars. Because now it's as long a distance from both of us. From both of our cities. So here they're stealing a boar from our set, and we are a little late to that. And then they left their horse. No, they just ran past. Okay. In any case, we have had 2 minutes of idle towns, and this time they have had 20 seconds, so it's not looking very good right now. Although resources collected are in our favor for a while still. Must be because of the hunt. And when we manage to catch this. Okay, and they need farms, but they don't really have food for that. And adding barracks. Now, that would be a couple of farms more. Now we could be more active if we had time and the means to move around. Because we are very busy back home. Already have 3 minutes and it's just going to get worse. Final TC time, so this must work. So they are housed. They should be adding a new house right away, but instead what's going to happen is that they will end up being housed. And then they even destroy that. Okay. And now comes the... Okay, and now we are like evening this a little, and they haven't really gotten any benefits from that past the feudal age. Well, the eco upgrades, of course. But we only have gotten one villager kill. So resources spent on these armies, well, probably we end up being in the winning side still, because they did build quite a few militias, and we should just fight them here because we have the archers. But I feel like the villagers are out of position, so that's why we just ran. But in any case, they invested into those that they didn't really need because they could have fought those with villagers, and then we have the archers. And now this is going to be very deadly. I'm just seeing the future, and these are some sad calls here and there as well. Worker efficiency 50%. And now even the skirms, when they are forced to buy more stone for the towers, right? I could have realized that. We should have scouted this. So they sort of have the buildings for a fast castle, but then because this aggression continued, they didn't manage to follow that through, and now they are down 7 villagers, having lost 11 already. Well, you're not really microing all too well everywhere. And sometimes we also get these farm kills, which is a very neat but very frustrating thing if you do notice that as a player. And now they don't really seem to have anything, so they have plenty of, and they're just trying to buy more food to be able to click up. And that's when they added these farms as well. Okay. So they're trying to rush to Castle Age, but... And they even bought some wood back. Ah. Okay, well they have had rough game. And then we are even going to steal or destroy this farm, or we did already. So they're just trying to get to Castle Age where they might do something. Like knights or something. You don't see this every day, that this group of archers are going to destroy Land Camp. Ugh, 2 people on food. But then, when they get to the Castle Age, then what? Because they still have 30 villagers, that's alright. They don't have really a very secure place for anything. Then I see the second archer range. so we know they shouldn't be doing that. Well, they don't have, well, because they have the farms, they just can't really use them, but if they had Siege Workshop with a single mangonel or a few scorpions, they could drive us away, and just a few knights, well, especially against feudal age units. But so this aggression has been enough so that they don't really get, like, usually what happened in the past. Oh, they did stop the Siege Workshop. So this was just a waste of wood, basically. And now they are microing those skirms the best they can, so they don't really need the Siege Workshop, so another Townsend would have been better play. But now they don't have stone for that. Okay, so now they are buying the stone, and here comes the cavalry. Just when they have... Oh right, and then we are able to harass them. Oh, well, this was a very terrible game for them. Because then these should be chasing these archers here. But what ends up happening, of course, is that we have the cavalry in house, and then these villagers are dying. And the Townsend gets denied. They have one people on food, and it's probably... Oh, that was a spearman. So they have another one in the queue, but they don't have any upgrades for those. And then the Townsend gets denied, and... Yes... Alright. That doesn't usually happen. We don't usually play this well, I would like to claim. Even though we had some struggles here and there. And it's not that they were really very slow or anything. Oh, well, that was fun. At least some of us had a blast. Clearly. And perhaps they got some ideas from that as well. I would like to hope that there's learning material that got offered there. Huns don't have houses, right? So we will just wish them good luck, have funds right away. Too awesome you. Too awesome for you. Well, that is probably very truthfully correct name as well. So what else? We have less wood, so we have to be very sparing with that. Stables work faster. Perhaps we could just play with archers then. Would that not be fun? Hey! Ugh, people. These days. Like, we are supposed to be friends and all. This is 1k something, so it's very obvious, of course, that people will be laming. So will they be coming back? Is the very obvious question. Run. Okay, so where is the another boar if we have any. And do we have any wood lines anywhere? Sorry. Sorry.
Zeker.
Well, our scouting has not been the greatest. Okay, well there's a forest. So let's just take that then. And have some chicken. So there might be meta-ish thing that when you're playing against. Let's just risk this. So when you're playing against Huns, you need to aim to hinder their age up advantages and what's nuts you have there. That would not surprise me too much. I'm just not aware of the facts. Oh, sorry. There. Great. And then you might go there. But have we lost the other boar then? We might hope that it's somewhere there, but I'm not feeling too optimistic right now because actually let's go there instead. Because oh, it's there, great. Because they were so cunning, you see. $20,500 pop up. One of the things that I did learn, and I may have mentioned this before, is that T90 had this video calling out all those people who wish could like have funds, other people, claiming that those are obviously the players who will try to be very aggressive and nasty players. The sort of players we don't like too much. They should not take that fight, so why are they doing that? This is weird. Okay, and then you, oops, and then you shall all go there. Okay. Up the clock and then loom and then something will happen. You could be chicken eaters. And then you will go there. Yes. So we could fill that with happy memories. So they were running somewhere there. We are probably quite close, like there, based on our location. So 3 militia and then archers, but just foot archers. Although they might still be playing with skirms, for example, being descendants and all. I don't know, they should be expecting scouts, of course, but that is a very important thing, yes. And then after this, we will have a few archers.
Timo.
As soon as we can afford that, because we may have made some misplays. Oops, like idling our PC when that's
Bisschen bad.
clearly not what we wanted. So they should be expecting scouts, and we should be surprising them with this move. Too bad we don't know where they are. Well, well now we do. So we can tell that they have some walls. They are very clever. And then we could just go to from there. 'Cause why not? Some archers. And then some farms.
أمر من دو. سكر. بردخشن.
Decent house walls, they are very clever. And then what? Probably nothing. What? They have archers of their own? This fast? Okay. Too bad I didn't check their upgrades, but... Okay, so you go there. You go there. You go there. So let's just go through from there. 1500 people on. So have to heal and all. Okay, well that was very lucky by us. No upgrades yet. And we could try to go through from there. Some more archers would be nice. Okay, let's just keep on adding the pressure then.
تيمو بردخشن. Bisschen bad. أمر من دو.
And you could actually be
بردخشن.
farmers instead. Sorry about that. My misplay. Oops. Well, we will just practice this. Okay, back there we go. As fast as possible. Then we have some idols, but they haven't been here for long, right? So let's not panic too much. Hello. Blaming some chicken, but that's something that happens every now and then. Oh. So what are we doing over there, huh? Okay. So back there we go. Okay, well they should be struggling. If I ever saw someone struggling, they should be right there. Oh, hello. GG, too awesome for you. That was a weird game. So they wanted to get a fast castle, that's great. And ugh. Feels weird. 500 games. Plenty of wood. So they wanted stone for the towers then, and they probably had a will lead thanks to this early game difficulty of ours. Alright, so chicken and out. And then they will see the cow, see the boar, no idle TC time as of yet. And will they just give up then? So it seems. Now we could try to chase that because in order to take the boar you need to take some hits. Alright, so no problems there. Because we are going to struggle. Well, they had some long distance food gathering as well, so. Also we could rush out to take a look at their resources, see if we can find some cows, for example. Zero seconds of idle TC. This is what you get when you don't need to build houses. Long distance coal mining for now we are. Well, we had our dark moment. Do I have any resources left? So they're scouting with the cow. And we are just really unlucky sometimes. Oh yeah, but if they tried to take the other board, they could not let them hit the third time. And of course, if we are alert, then the window is very... It's a very tricky one to try to repeat this thing. If he had attack moved, we could have finished that. Perhaps. No, we went a little late to react. So 22 seconds, that's alright. And they are giving up on the chickens. Perhaps that's something that you might expect from Hans then. Full aggression early on. Or something. Why would they have barracks? Oh yeah, because they have this sneaky archer range, right. And they've seen the militia, at least now they have. This is sort of a hybrid approach then, because I thought they might want to just get to them Castle Age, but they are having sort of like enough defenses. Blacksmith makes sense. Only 3 farms. And a few people in berries. So now this should be a defensible position if only we did not have archers of our own. We also have the range to help us out a bit. And then they lose the scout. Still out of TC time, it was just 10 seconds or so. Now they're adding a second archer range. That's a mistake, of course. We know that, but it would be enough to produce from just one. Perhaps they could drop a tower there, but they would like to be able to boom, I presume. And still, the first kills just now, and now we are also going to have some losses of our own. Because our control groups are not quite there. But still, they are producing villagers, and now they have enough units to actually stop this. They have armor, but not fletching. That's not. No, that's the other way around. Fletching is very useful because of the range, but armor you don't need if you're playing skirms. Also, fletching would benefit the Townsenders, so perhaps they were just struggling because they don't have gold for that. Right. Okay. So this is where it's starting to look like a game now. So they are floating plenty of wood. They don't have market, so they can't fix that. And then these villagers are going to die. And that's slightly painful. We have only had a minute and a half. Yeah, probably wheelbarrow probably helped us out there. We're only now adding farms, and we are quite active with our units. Okay, well that's really nice. And the fact that we managed to deny the market is also a very nice thing, because they, well, we are also offloading quite much wood, but they would be that much closer to clicking up if it wasn't for the fact that they don't have gold. So they have double range, but they can't really produce. The only unit that they really needed was skirms, but then we have a few men-at-arms present as well. And then they tried to drop a few towers. One tower there would have been better than these two there. Okay, well this was very... I'm happy to see a game like that, because we have been struggling for some time. And they were fast enough. So that was not reason why it went down the way it did. Okay, a very shortest break. I think I'll play a game or two still. Stay tuned for that. And for the inevitable losses as well. So we will have our learning experiences coming up next. I just thought that what we need now is an arena, and then we could try to play it in a proper fashion, but without any castles, for example. And then see what comes out from that. That's a terrific idea. Paradise Island. Mind Scandinavia. This we have had in some very distant past, I think. Oh, yes. Okay, so let's just boom away and hope that we have some luck with, well, Poles are great. So Bohemians, they will have their gunpowder. So how do we stop that from being a problem? Action, well.
Rozkazania.
I don't know if he did that. Okay, so few cows. You could roam around the city like this. You could just come home, as you see. Panjamalo. So Bohemians, they have these wagons, right? And then we have the nice cavalry, so that's great.
Gotów jestem. Łowię
And
zwierzynę. Zbieram.
then what else is there? We could try to right the folwarks. So we have a plenty of food, but do we have our own gunpowder, for example? We do not. Well, we have the cannons, but so what if this goes to a late game? They probably have plans for that.
Witajcie.
Łowię zwierzynę.
Oh, but these
Łowię zwierzynę.
let's take you first. These
Rozkazania.
units, they have a name. Sorry. Oh, this booming approach of ours is not going all too great, it seems. So, from the castle we get these people who have this nice hammer, and then with the hammer
Witajcie.
they will just hammer
Gotów
away,
jestem.
and that's great. And they ignore armor, I think, and that would mean that then it would equate to a benefit of a sword,
Gotowa,
because
łowię
then
zwierzynę.
these wagons, if it just reach them, but can we reach them if they have a mass of those? We probably can't. Well, in any case, that means that we are going to need
Rozkazania.
a defensive.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
Okay, so let's have a
Jestem
house and then this.
sprawiaczką.
Witajcie. Tak. Jestem górnik. Natychmiast wykonam.
Where is the boar?
Witajcie. Łowię zwierzynę. Pojmuję.
So this is a proper boar, that's great, but
Pojmuję. Tak, tak też uczę.
what about the
Witajcie.
other boars?
Gotów łowię zwierzynę.
Rozkazania.
Łowię zwierzynę. Rozkazania. Gotów jestem.
So they are
Rozkazania. Drwal.
Olbuk, yes. Alright, so Olbuks could be alright. And then Winged Hussar, that's great, but there's the armor. Strong versus cavalry.
Witajcie. Drwal.
They sort of are cavalry, but not necessarily so. Oh, so they've been scouting our walls. Did we build a protective castle
Gotów jestem.
on the back of our base?
Sprawiacz. Drwal.
A few more villagers. So let's have you there first.
Rozkazania. Łowię zwierzynę. Drwal.
And then
Tak. Gotów jestem.
Łowię zwierzynę. Natychmiast
Łowię
wykonam.
zwierzynę. Tak. Witajcie. Na
Going to
tak też
be
pojmuję.
the most
Rozkazania.
perfect. There it was.
Łowie
It's gonna
zwierzyny.
be just fine. Just
Gotowa jest.
fine. Don't so
Witajcie.
worry. Everything's gonna work
Rozkazania.
out
Zbieram.
Witajcie.
somehow. This is a very not nice place for a
Sprawa,
bulwark.
wiem.
We won't have any problems on our walls, so let's not worry about that. So only thing we need is a huge, great economy, of course, and then we will just move out with the trebuchets, and then they will drop a castle there, and then we will move out and make
Tak.
things
Zbieram.
happen. Right. So stone miners generate gold as well, so we could try
Rozkazania.
to
Zbieram.
focus our efforts on that. Then
Witajcie.
2 more villagers, and then
Tak.
Tak, wiem,
we'll actually go there. Then up. Can we make this a fastish thingy? We don't have
Rozkazania.
any. We should have enough food. And then
Witajcie.
we could add.
Rozkazania.
Let's try this. You
Jestem
go there.
zagadniczką.
And let's just hope that we will get enough. Trample damage. +1 attack against scout. Well, perhaps this scout's play is still our thing, sort of.
Witaj. Tak też
No,
zbieram.
Why
Zbieram.
would you go there?
Rozkazania.
Zbieram.
This and that and
Zbieram.
that and there, and then you will
Rozkazania.
eat this and that, and then you will go
Jestem
there.
górnikiem.
Yes. Splendid plan. A splendid plan indeed, and that's just so
Rozkazania.
well.
Tak.
That's how we wanted it. So let's just
Tak,
enjoy.
drwal.
That's great.
Witajcie. Sprawiacz.
Blacksmith over there.
Rozkazania.
Yes.
Jestem
A
sprawiaczką.
market over there. You're doing everything right. So how much is it? So we got 10 stone, and then it's 1 per 10. Well, it's a little more than that. Okay.
Gotów jest. Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz. Rozkazania. Sprawiacz.
Boop, boop, boop, boom.
Witaj.
Actually, let's build an
Sprawiacz.
additional
Dwa.
house as well. Then we don't want loom, just a few more villagers, and then it would be great to go up soon enough, but can't have everything,
Gotowa jest.
because we don't have that many people on gold, for example. So now we know.
Gotów jestem.
And then with the resources available for us, we can spend a little already, because it's gonna take a while.
Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz.
Tak.
Just
Jestem
a nice
sprawiaczką.
spot for a farm, because it's not the greatest, but
Rozkazania.
it's alrightish.
Witajcie.
And then
Witajcie. Sprawiacz.
it's also a very nice
Tak.
spot, of course.
Witajcie. Sprawiacz.
We have one there. Now we're ready. Some idle time, but nothing too terrible.
Gotów jestem.
And goes to show that we have had worse. And then it depends on their abilities and what's nuts.
Witajcie.
That's
Jestem
a
sprawiaczką.
very good spot
Rozkazania.
Tak.
as well. That's not within the reach anymore.
Sprawiacz. Rozkazania. Witajcie.
Could have one there, because why not?
Sprawiacz. Rozkazania. Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz.
And then we will just enjoy. So a defensive.
Witajcie.
Hold on now. We might want to have.
Gotowa jest.
There you go.
Drwal.
Gotów.
Probably would be nice to have enough wood for a Townsender. They have some leeway in their build. They have been slightly faster. That's alright. Will we be losing our... Let's guard this slightly. So we can have a castle if we so want to.
Rozkazania.
There. Or even there.
Witajcie.
Oh, let's just have it there.
Tak. Jestem górniczką.
Jestem górnikiem.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
Think of the follow-ups afterwards.
Tak.
And then Townsender could be right, but we don't have stone for that. Oh well, my bad. Sorry. Next time I will be more clever.
Rozkazania.
We could have
Sprawiacz.
these very important buildings,
Sprawiacz. Drwal.
and
Witajcie.
then once we get enough stone, I can't see any relics being stolen yet, so perhaps they are trying to just fast forward the Imperial Age, which would probably make sense for us as well. Would it? Let's just see if we are able to steal a few of these. The help of a few monks, and then barracks would be
Jestem
nice,
sprawiaczką.
so let's do that as well. Why would they be there stealing our stone? That doesn't make any sense, right?
Przykazania, panie.
Well,
Jakieś rozkazania? Pojmuję was. Owszem, pojmuję was. Pojmuję was.
go there, you go there.
Jakieś rozkazania? Pojmuję was.
It makes so little sense, right? Okay, so what we will do then is we will circumvent around them,
Witajcie. Jestem górniczką.
as clever people sometimes
Jestem
do.
sprawiaczką.
Owszem, pojmuję was.
Okay. So can we then... Okay, sorry. So you
Idę za tym.
will go there.
Oczywiście. Idę za tym.
Oh, but we need... Sorry. So we need extra gold. How do we get extra gold?
Jestem sprawiaczką.
Gotów jestem jasnikowo. Przykazania,
What?
panie.
Let's just dare
Do waszych usług.
convert stuff.
Idę za tym.
Well, this shouldn't be too surprising then. So what we need is 400 plus gold. We are floating 700, so let's send some of that. Since this is way more important, right?
Gotów jestem. Tak. Witajcie. Jestem górnikiem.
Okay, and with redemption, I think we
Jestem
should be
sprawiaczką.
in a quite good.
Jestem
Position.
sprawiaczką.
Tak.
You
Gotów
could help
ja
with
jestem
that as well, because we are slightly in a slight hurry, I'm afraid.
Sprawiacz. Drwal.
But there's always time to boom in any case, so
Witajcie.
don't worry about that too much.
Sprawiacz. Zbieram.
Owszem. Tak uczynię.
Could go there. What we need is just a few monks. Okay.
Idę za tym.
And then we will just enjoy the life as it
Rozkazania.
unfolds.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Witajcie. Rozkazania.
In front of our very eyes.
Idę zatem.
So petards can be seen. Nice try.
Idę zatem.
Witajcie.
Przykazania, panie. Oczywiście się tym zajmę. Tak. Oczywiście, oczywiście. Do usług. Oczywiście, oczywiście. Idę natychmiast się tym zajmę. Imię Boga. Idę zatem. Oczywiście tym zajmę.
Rozkazania?
Tak.
Przykazania, panie. Tym zajmę. Imię Boga.
Nice.
Atakujmy!
Okay, back to work, everyone.
Witajcie, jestem górnikiem. Rozkazania?
Prepare these and then carry on with that.
Tak też uczynię. Tak,
Do waszych usług. Dobrze, tak uczynię.
tak, witajcie. Natychmiast wykonam. Jestem górnikiem.
Owszem. Dobrze, tak uczynię.
Tak,
Nope.
tak, natychmiast wykonam.
And then is it up clock?
Rozkazania? Górnikiem.
Sorry.
Tak,
You? Okay, great. Then we could have the faster working things. Great. We have lost some units to monks and what's have used. Score-wise, things are looking not up, but
Przykazania, panie.
there is a chance that they have been outbooming us heavily. So we have 1000 over there, that's great. That is going to go down now.
Do usług. Natychmiast się tym zajmę.
gotów
Then
jest.
we could have a siege workshop, but do we really need that when we could have...
Gotowa jest.
Well, let's still do it, I
Rozkazania?
think.
Rozkazania. Jestem sprawiaczką.
We could have some knights and
Jestem
what
sprawiaczką. Jestem
else?
sprawiaczką. Drwal.
Przykazania,
Do
panie.
waszych usług.
Natychmiast się tym zajmę.
Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun.
Jakieś rozkazania?
Oczywiście.
Knight's line costs less gold. That would be rather nice, I think, because we are going to need gold for this extra HP. That's good. All right.
Do usług. Przykazania, panie.
Then we could have some trebuchets soon enough. Chemistry would be great. Extra range would also be great, but we don't really have much of anything.
Do
Well,
usług.
it's just a matter of time. Extra range, that's great. If a group of monks, yes, because we are probably going to be very not capable with some of the moves we are going to have. So what we need now is monks there,
Się tym zajmę.
and then
Do usług.
we will just use the trebuchets. We can use just a single one, I think, because it doesn't matter even if T90 says that we should not show these, because
Rozkazania.
Przykazania.
we are protected by everything we see.
Gotowa jestem górniczką. Jestem
And this is
sprawiaczką.
going to be very important as well, just to have some extra protection. 2. How come we don't have more food? It's great. You will go there. Some cannons, but then. So let's take this first. Alright. Extra armor would be nice. Gazillion obuses. And then we could try to move out, but that might be a little risky as well. I don't know how many units they do have over there. Meanwhile, we could have a single ram over there, and where is it? Few obuks.
Owszem. Jakieś rozkazania? Oj, tak uczynię. Do waszych tak, panie.
Oh.
Owszem, atakujmy! Oj, tak,
Oh, there's a castle over there. I didn't notice that.
atakujmy!
That's too bad, but luckily we have more. So let's not worry about that too much. Da-da-da.
Do waszych usług. Pojmuję was. Jakieś rozkazania? Tak uczynię. Do waszych usług. Atakujmy! Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych usług. Naprzód! Atakujmy! Owszem. Jakieś rozkazania? Naprzód! Do broni! Atakujmy! Naprzód!
That's no biggie.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Do waszych
Alright.
Jakieś rozkazania? Atakujmy! Do broni! Jakieś rozkazania? Do was atakujmy! Jakieś rozkazania? Tak uczynię. Atakujmy! Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych usług. Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych usług. Tak, do broni! Pojmuję was. Jakieś rozkazania? Do broni! Naprzód! Do waszych usług. Pojmuję was. Tak uczynię. Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych usług. Atakujmy! Do broni! Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych usług.
Hello, villagers. Enjoying your life much?
Jakieś rozkazania?
We also are not enjoying our lives too much, but a little we are. Oh, sorry. Well, that's not the greatest micro I've ever had, but it's not the worst either. We should be having some sort of a plan, but we have not really been playing for a plan. Can we make this work? It's terrible. We are not really having any fun with us. Really. And we are slightly late with our approach here.
Gotów jestem. Sprawiać. Sprawiać. Tak, sprawiać.
Let's have a few farms of our own as well. You might go there.
Sprawiać. Sprawiać.
And then it's just a huge horde of a few ponies that we still have. Oh no, we may have lost the game against a very simplistic approach. $300 food. Can we afford that if we just skip that? You could also be a farmer, right? 250 food.
Rozkazania. Sprawiać.
Gotowa jest.
And you could be farmers, and you could just...
Jestem sprawiaczką.
Great! You are doing a splendid job over here. So could buy some of... Ooh! Hello. So some Nitsas are coming, right? Alright, GG. Good luck next. Perhaps we should have contested them slightly more, but that's not a very easy thing to do on arena or anywhere. But yeah, they only had 104 villagers, so that's way less than what they should have. But perhaps they stopped producing once they noticed that we don't have much. It's very tricky. So if we had enough monks, I don't think the handful that we did was enough, really. With the cold that we had, we could have produced some 30 monks, and perhaps that would have changed the push that they had. If we had microed that correctly as well, that we would have just... and if we had not chosen the most distant unit. But it's also very scary when they have those fast moving everything. Those villagers just sped around, and the gunpowder units as well. Terrific sight. In a sense that Obuk push was nice. Of course, we should have invested more into that. And then if we had some army control, map control with the army, we could have had. We could have used the attack move there. Just losing units left and right. But their macro is also not on spot. But so they have 69 villagers. They are still some way away. Alright. Perhaps we lost the trebuchets to the secondary castle that we didn't notice, and also the cannons and what have you. So we should have had our own cannons instead. And then we should have added more bulwarks and what have you. Because now we are trying to do too many... Oh, it wasn't the castle fire. Well, that's alright. But still, this is like a very poor engagement. Because now we are losing quite a few things. And the only thing, like, we could be producing, so we could have a few cannons of our own. That would be great. We could have built an additional castle, for example, too. This was a surprisingly nice engagement, because they are trying to get rid of the monks, and then we still have one. And of course we are losing, like if we had some cannons here we could be now trying to test their micro a bit, but they are going to lose, what, 10 or so villagers here. Hopefully I was 7. 94. Yeah, if only it wasn't worse for us. But still. So if this happened slightly sooner, so they added 10 more villagers and they are floating resources and all. It's just a very... When someone has a clever plan and we don't really have a counter plan with that, it just usually ends up looking like this. So... What was the army high? We know we had worse. Yeah, and the eco was just shadows. They have had so many more villages for so long already. But we were quite fast, so that's a slight consolation. But yeah, I think they may have played this combo a few times in the past. Pancho Malo from Chile. So yes, Bohemians on arena, Teutons on arena, Bohemians on arena, and also on hideout. Teutons. Alright, that's just very weird, but eventually if we had 40 monks, so they stopped producing Hussite wagons and they switched to that, so I just have to play more end games to know how to respond to hand cannon cannoneers, for example. So now I think some archers, for example, might make sense. Cavalry in general. So if we had this boom, we didn't really need to push out or raid them the way we tried. We could have saved that 2000 resources perhaps to add another an additional town center. We could have repaired the castle for a few seconds. Oh well. And all that. And then we could have tried to wipe them with the 50 head army. Also, well, we were first to Imperial Age, so we tried to make use of that, but because they knew what they were doing, they already had the siege workshops in place. So they could produce those cannons. Well, the good thing is we didn't lose to these Hussite wagons, because that's what usually happens. Like, just if we go back, Koreans.
私立てます。
So, do we have? There you are.
なんだ
いいよ。
収穫します。
So if we go back just a few weeks or month or so, then we will see that usually whatever, when the push comes we will die, and oh well, that was unfortunate after we spent so much time trying to make that work. But this time we had just enough monks and map awareness and what have you to prevent that from being too great of an issue. So I'm happy about that. And now we just have to continue with... Okay, so how does this work? Oh, well, this is not going to work all too well, I'm afraid. Well, I should have checked the idle TC time before Castle Age, or even at Castle Age. I think it was hideous for a map like Arena.
俺
狩りをします。
Again.
狩りをします。
Since we basically have one thing to do, and that's just producing villagers. But we are also thinking aloud, and that's of course very demanding, ask anyone. And then we could try to fetch a few. Just if someone plays Couriers, does that mean that it's gonna be a war wagon? If that's the case, then of course monks will all again be cure to a degree. And then oops, we probably have had, well, some idle time already. So more houses, and then we still have just enough food to make this happen. And then you could also be... Well, that's what I asked you to do, so that's alright. Lucky that we can just fit there. So Japanese, everything's... Ooh, yes! Cheaper! Right! Cavalry archers get extra attack against ranged soldiers, so we could use those to fend off some wagons then. In theory at least, that's the case. Well, this is... Be it as it may, this is a very exciting game. Slow down. Great. And then you go there, and then we will eat that, and then we will eat that, and everything's gonna be tolerable. Just tolerable. Oh, actually, okay. 2 more villages and up. 3 more villages and up. So let's scout the map then. Now, if we had a build order memorized, then we might remember various things that would just help us
収穫します。なんだ
to handle the
俺
future challenges that we are going to have.
いいよ。
Hmm.
なんだ
いいよ。
木を切ります。果てます。
Let's do this.
はい。
And then you can soon enough be stone. Sorry, gold miners.
はい。おります。
What? They should be reaching feudal age before we do. So perhaps it's better. Perhaps it's best
いいよ。
we run back home.
私。果てます。おります。
And then 2 more villages there.
なに
You will build us
いいよ。
a
はい。
blacksmith, yes. And then we don't have enough food actually to. Oh. Let's
私。
switch our focus a bit. Da da da da da da da da da da. So we could have a
な
few
に
farmers,
収穫
that's great.
私。果てます。
And
な
then
に
you could build us this
いいよ。
いいよ。何
blacksmith like any day now.
はい。よ。
なんだ
Great.
木を切りま
な
す。
によ。
And then you will all be farmers
行きます。
soon enough.
何
わかりました。
Hmm, that's surprising.
わかりました。おります。
Here I was thinking we would be the firsts,
い
but
いよ。
no.
果てます。おります。
And one more.
何果てます。俺
私。
We still have some food left, but not much.
私。
果てます。
Alright, so they found out about us. Let's have a single spear, and then we need to find a way to get enough food to
はい。
actually click up, because we don't
なに
have
果
much.
てます。はい。なに
Oh
行き
no.
ます。 果てます。
Any day now, okay?
いいよ。
And then after this you will go there. Okay, so we can fit in loom just nicely.
戦じゃ。いざ勝負。ご命令を。お
Well, they are really active with this scout of theirs, despite the fact that
お。良い
no,
当時だ。
it's just
行け。
da da da da da da da da da da da da da da da da da da da da. So what's happening over here? Because usually people will want to steal resources from us, right? So why would they not do that now?
いいよ。
So this is very important. And
私。果てます。果てます。果てます。果てます。果てます。果てます。果てます。果てます。
it's 100 or something. So do we want to play this game during the Castle Age? And what sort of units would we like to produce? So it must be archers, because we are very clever. We are lacking food, and we need that to make villagers soon enough. Okay, so let's find where they are. I think it's about time we try to make sense of that. So wagons it is. No, we don't have enough food to actually make. Monasteries, so let's move you there. So we can't really boom. We need plenty of gold before we can do that. Hmm. 175. There you go. And then after that we need a house. Then you go there. Okay, well they are microing here, so that's alright. So this we are going to need, and then these are not siege, right? So we just need some movement speed, and it's all gonna be just fine. Just fine. I think it's a very daring move to... Where are they? Hello. Hello. So they should have their scouts nearby, right? So where are they? So there's the scout, alright? Oh, that's terrible. So now we need to be really careful, because you will take care of that, right? You will take care of that. Should have scouted that as well, but that's alright. Sometimes we are a little late to some things. And what can you do about that? Oh, hello. You get that. Dun, dun, dun, dun. Okay. So is there a chance that they are booming even better than we are? And is it much larger than zero, the chance? I mean, sorry. You see. Score-wise, it's possible. Ah, sorry. First, we could try to attack these people. So we have monks, and what else? Oops. We should not have let them in, but it's alright. atonement takes a while. It's coming.
参りましょう
Living the life.
なんなり了解承知なんじゃな了解はいはい参りましょうなんじゃなんなりはいはいなんじゃ参り
Can
ま
we
しょう
please?
はい
了解なんなり了解大承知承知なんじゃ大魔
なわかりました
なんなり了解なんじゃな
火を切ります。
はい
わかりました。
Okay, they probably have quite a few more, quite a few units more than we do, but how do we then
なんなり
compete against that? Oh, hello.
なんじゃ大承知了解はいなんなりはい
私わかりました行きます行きますわか行きますわかりました行きます行きます行きます
なんじゃない
いよ立てます
了解参りましょう
Extra speed, yes, everything.
はい
That
今
sorts would be great.
立てます立てます立てます立てます立てます立てます立てます今
And then, what do we do?
いいよ立てます立てます立てます
なんなり大魔了解
なに
なんじゃ了解承知参りましょうなんじゃ参りましょう了解大魔
Boop, boop, boop, boop,
参
boop,
りましょうなんじ
boom.
ゃ承知
So far we have seen very little from them, but perhaps we could have the cavalry archers because we have
大将参り大魔
oh,
承知なんじゃ参りましょうなんなりと了解はい承知参りましょう
oh well. So it's just that.
参りましょうはい大魔
Pushing with towers and then enjoying life.
私今
That's great.
承知
はい
なんなり参りましょう大魔なんじゃ承知なんなり参りましょう了解参りましょうなんじゃな参り大参り承知承知
よいにいざ行け勝負
いいよ立てます今
了解はい
なに行きますわかりました
Just
はい
go
よ
back home. You could come here.
ご命令を
なん承知
はっよいに仰せのとおりだご命令を
なんじゃ大魔了解はい
Run! Terrible fate has followed. Oh, sorry. Has occurred.
いいよ
Okay, we are just fooling around here, you can tell.
なんじゃ
Probably. So you go there. More villages, why not? Oops. Extra vision, that's great. Some stone, why not? Oops. No.
はい立てます
よいに仰せのとおり
了解参りましょう承知
Home you go. And then we are just
私
cornered. So
よいに
はい
why not enjoy the life and build an additional one
私
there?
あります
ご命令をよいにいざ承知仰せのとおり承知
And we might want to have university somewhere like there.
立てます立てます立てます
Boop,
立てます
boop,
立てま
boom.
すよ
And based on the score, they should be booming even better than we are currently. Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Mm.
戦じゃ。 ご命令を。
いいよ。
行け。ご命令を。そうじゃ。良いに行け。
No, you don't.
します。
We don't need you there. This would be great.
良いにどうぞのと。ご命令を。
Oh, they're still causing havoc. Oh, that's great. Okay, so we don't need to go there, but there we might want to go. That would be nice. And then just more of the same. And waiting for the next age. What's this? Okay.
はい。立てます。
了解参りましょう。
良いにいざ行け。ご命令を。
So it's schemes only play by them.
立てます。
This is a very neat way to approach this.
立てます。立てます。何？
You could be farmers as well. But, right. And then... Next wave coming. So what we need is more people farming. That's gonna be just fine. Oh. More houses would be great when we make this happen. They have super walls and everything. Right? Well, I actually don't want these from there. I think also take garrison if possible. So they should be changing the unit composition now. Right, there we go. Up we go. Oh, you could help your fellow units. Oh, well, just carry on. Okay, and then you could just right there. Best we can, right? Hello. Just passing, don't you mind? Oh, yes. Get rid of that. You could move there. Let's see if there's something or anything. You could become coal miners. That would be very handy for our future plans. Nope. You go there. You may come here. Why not? Hello. This is a very weird game. I think they may have played with us slightly too much even, but right, so let's check that area for anything. Horses would be great. Since they're just trying to win this with skirms, and that's of course no cool option. Okay. You could be farmers as well. And you... well, you could be gold miners. Yes. You as well. Let's just move down here. There. Manager would be fun. And then some additional upgrades. Do we still have gold on the map? Not necessarily, no. Oh. So it's Imperial Age. What do they do when it's Imperial Age? So it's hulls. So could we then switch to skirms of our own, for example? Chemistry, yes. Or fire lancers, right? So it's not gonna need. Okay, and then there you go. Because if they don't have houses, then it's gonna be all very difficult, right? There. Go there, why not? I'll get rid of the tower first. We could just have castles, because why not? Oh, we are hurting our own people a bit. But probably quite alright. So let's look there. Oh, right, wrong button. Oh, okay, so we need more onagers. Okay, so get rid of that and then you can move there. It's alright. And then we don't really need to fight over here. Let's just focus on this. Oh, right. And you could also help by building a castle over there. So they have more houses here, it seems. Some farms over there. Ooh, sorry. So we neglected some things, that's right. Yeah, let's just keep on building. And then you could go here, let's take that stone. What? So we need more. Let's get rid of these houses then. Oops. That's a waste of onager, but. Oh, they have a trebuchet. Well, that's clever. Okay. There's some hand cannon. Okay, so repair. And then carry on. And then we could probably have. Oh, sorry. Okay, it's a nice try. The most important thing, of course, is that we are still alive, right? So we can still raid with this. Oh, hello. So, what are you doing over there then? So it's siege. Siege is great. Da da dun da, da da dun da, da da dun da, da da dun da. Okay, then we could have a few trebuchets of our own. We could move in with this. Let's go there instead. Or should we just wait? Just wait. Why should we rush this thing when... Oof, but we could have a few monks. Yes. Perfect idea. Just what we need. So let's see. So we need this. We need extra range. And then we could start pushing them away very easily, like this. Da da da da, da da da da. Back away! Tool that we still have. Few monks would be great. Let's just take that stone while we still can. So they're just creeping forward with that. But they should not find under the castles, I don't think. Still not a very good idea for them. Okay, and then we could just start taking out these houses. Da da da da da da da da da. Just have to be a little less wasteful with these. Some of these units that we do possess still. It is very important, you see. Moving these units there is not ideal. I feel that much. Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Alright, so let's have a cannon, shall we? Cannon or two would be great. What a great battle we are having currently. So let's move here, just check out how they are doing. 39 idols. Right, then you might also be... Right, but you can't. Okay, so you shall be food colors instead. Let's replenish this. And you can also replenish that one. And meanwhile, how do we do? So a few monks would be great. Let's get rid of that. Oops. Cannon. Well, we still can, perhaps. Just like that, they're slowly creeping in. Oh, actually, you can focus on that. These, because we still have plenty of it, just need to learn how to ask for more units, right? Being a villager is not very fun, I don't think. And they will not have never-ending resources or anything of that sort. You could start bombing this one down as well. Then we could try to see if there's something happening over here. Ooh! Yes! That castle is eventually going to go down, but first we could repair it a bit. And once you've done that, you can move back to them. Just continue with this working thing. And you should go there. Great. So when castle goes down, that's great. Actually, let's wrap this thing up. Move! Back to the safety of the castle you go. The fastest you can. Can we fit this in any way? Oh! Cannons. Cannons! Too hard, we can't really fit through. Okay, let's just stay there then. Okay, and then we need more units, thank you very much. So we will want to get rid of that. Alright, so almost goodbye, but not quite. Do we have more units in the queue? No, we don't really. So you shall be farmers. You shall also be farmers, that's a good idea. Yes. You go there, you might take care of these things over here. Some cannons go down. Oof, that's huge, as we say. Hello, guy. Okay, so perhaps we should add an additional castle again. Just a few more buildings of various sorts. Oops. Shoot. Run. Okay, and then it's time to move back here and rebuild our forces, or replenish our forces. Because now we are giving ground, and that's not something that we... it's ceding ground, and that's something that we don't want to do, right? Let's just... Oh, and this is also a misplay. Sorry. My bad. Your mission is to get rid of these. And your mission... Ooh, great. Okay. So let's just go there and get rid of those. Hello. Those angry cannons that we are witnessing. In places like these. So we don't really have the population to really make this work, but it's just a matter of time before we do. So more farms. You would also be a farmer. And how do we do over here? Halberdios can be seen. Okay, so these are not really producing much anymore. Okay. Da da da da da da da da da. Da da da da da da da da da. Okay, then you need to go there as well. Well, too bad we can't really fit all these and need box formation all the time. But well, more often than not, it's working kinda nicely. We need more units of very many sorts, it seems, right? Welcome forward. So what are we planning over here? What's the plan? Nope. Oh, almost. More towers. Well, that's clever. You get rid of those. Alright, goodbye. Oh, we have some units in building as well. That's not very good. That's a very daring move as well. Hello. So more towers, it seems. Well, some might say that towers are cheating, but not me. Could we do just a few rams, perhaps? And some more farms, perhaps over here. We should not have given them the... Oh, sorry. No, that's just going to go down. What can we do? And we need more houses. That's even a thing still. So you could build us a few houses. Thank you very much. And then you, let's just run over there. A few more rams. Let's just go through from there. It's alright. More farms. And then you could be lumberjacks over there. You as well. Perhaps go. It's just very fun how some people... Oh, you? Sorry. Play this game in a very similar fashion to ours, I think. Okay, well, let's move here-ish instead. And then you... We don't need you there anymore. Not really, I don't think. Da da da da. Da da da da da da da da da. So we are mostly out of gold. That's great news. And then what's over here? Not much is over there. Now the only thing we need is huge amount of people, right? So you could also be there. Here's some villagers would be great. Let's just move out. Go there instead. My bad. Sorry. My bad. Boop, boop, boom. It's very nice how we avoided that. Okay, then we could just move here and then cut. Yes. Splendid play. We just have the perfect plans every now and then. Then we are going to need a few extra. Oh, don't go there. You could fix that and then carry on. No. So you are there. Very good. Da da dun da dun da da da dun dun. They have hussars incoming. And we need more houses. And then back to farms. This is not really working as efficiently as I thought. Okay. clearly going to take some time. Just stand there and enjoy. Well, we need to handle this differently then. Hello. So we are not housed yet. So let's spend some time cutting and enjoy the life the way it's supposed to be lived right. Da, da, da, da, da, da, da, da, da. They should have outposts everywhere, but who knows? Oh, sorry. Daring to poke around. It's not very nice. Da da da da da da da da da. Da da da da da da da da. What? Da da da da da da da da da. Is there a path? Yes, there is. Oh, are we true? If that's the case, then that's the most greatest day of my life. Da da da da. Let this not be just a pocket. Oh. Yes. Hello, hello. How do we do? You could go there, you could go there. You might want to go elsewhere. So they are true, but that's not a major thing. Now the question is, what do they do? This indeed is a very fun game if I ever saw one. So what's happening now? We could try to heist their relics, right? Actually, let's just move you there as well. Oops. Nope. Don't go there. But you do go there. Alright. And then we could do the same thing. Oh, don't open the gate. That was a little unfortunate. No worries, no worries. We can live with that. Except for you. This is very important. Go there. And that's a very risky and wrong move by them. I'm afraid. Well, but they got rid of that, so that was good for them. So now there are probably stone walls already in place. Na na na na na na na na na. Right, we need more people on wood all of a sudden. So there you go. There you go as well. You could go there and help out a bit as well. Alright, let's go there. So let's just keep on producing them, but we may be lacking some. Oh, right. So manager would be great. Then we should have had the skirms in place. That's my bad. Not playing with foes. Oh no, now we're going to lose our access to gold. Cannot even be right. Let's just move down here. Keys over here. And then your mission, of course, is to be very important. Okay, and let's see if we can manage to sneak past the forests again. Alright, well, let's leave these to go here. And too bad. Right. You could also join us over here, why not? No, I haven't been pop capped in a while, so that's a good sign. Let's just move you here as well. Here. And dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Well, some of you are going to die, but that's just going to mean that we have more population for something else, right? Right, and then it's time for us to reboom, right? So there you go again. Right, and then just more units. Great. You could come here because we need you here. Don't need you there necessarily, no. But here you are needed. Okay. Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Well, we have some cannons still. Okay, let's keep on farming and back to work, everyone. Although there may not be too many of you, but like, that's the concept. A few more archer ranges would be great, but do we have resources for that? We don't really have that luxury, I'm afraid. Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. So what can we do now? We can always hide in the corner. Oops, sorry, let's not go and get ahead of us. Too much ahead of us. we have been very fond of doing, because it's not very suitable in these circumstances. And then they just keep on creeping. Oops, there you go. That's great. These are just a waste of time. These we don't need. Everything's more or less in order. Alright. Let's just hop in. Da da da da da da da. Packing farms you are. Alright, and back to work. Well, then we can always cut out using the onager trick, yes. And what else is there for us to really do, but to enjoy? So let's just time out this. And make this slightly easier for all of our followers. Oof. Just patrolling through. They know how to play the game. They just know. Patrol, move forward, everyone. This is very important. We must not lose this. Okay, then we must not go there. So you are needed here. Alright, back to work. And all of you, of course, can't afford to lose all of you guys. Oops. No. What? No. Weird. Okay, so we are running out of houses all of a sudden. So how do we come back from this then? Oh. Nope. Nope. You must not go there. And then we could play with an onager. Dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun. Oh. This is terrible. Okay, so what do we do against the tower creep? Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. Well, this is very fancy. Oh, right, houses. We are slightly late with that idea, I'm afraid. Oh, these fancy units of power and determination. So houses.
Oi.
Mm,
立てます。私
da da da da da da da da da da da da da. If we had plenty of gold, how would we compete against someone like Paris? Samurai's all great and all, but
立
what
てます。
else? Let's check this. Right, more houses.
立てます。立てます。立てます。
なんだ
立てます。
Hello.
何
An outpost! And they have
おい。
all,
立てます。
it seems. Hmm. Okay, let's just go there. Oops. And then we could try to get rid of the walls from here. Oops.
いいよ。
That was a close call if I ever saw one. Well, I take it it's very fun for them as well, because why else would we be
立
playing
てます。立てます。立て
after
ます。
everything's done and said and so forth?
いいよ。
So now if only we had a market, it would be great. So let's have that. And then what we need is just some patience and few extra buildings, right? Almost. So nothing much is happening over there. But that is soon finished. That's not very good. Oops. Oh, some misplaced here and there. But there you go. It's gonna be just fine. Okay. I don't know what they were up to, but it's alright. So build us that and then some extra ranges and yes. It's great. That's terrible. Everything used to be alright, but then all of a sudden things had a different turn. And then we could just have these. They have been struggling a bit, but it's not a biggie.
立てます。立てます。はい、いいよ、いいよ。
Out there,
いいよ。
just
立て
main.
ます。立てます。
Move somewhere like there. Oh, well that's terrible. Sorry. I didn't think properly.
いいよ。
I didn't realize that you would be in the reach. No, no, no, no, no, no. 200 villagers. I'm giving the statement. Da, da, da, da, da, da, da, da, da. Perhaps we could try to sell some of the wood. Right. Then we have gold. And what do we do with gold? Not necessarily nothing much. Perhaps go somewhere like that. So they used to have farms, that's great. Some of you could go there. Oh, they're coming. Perhaps you could help over there. Then you could come here. Can we build this one as well? Can, that's great. And there you go. Alright, there you go. And then they have taken our relics. The nerves of some people. You would think that no one would think so thoroughly, but they do. And then some, but we don't have any cannons, so that's not very good. We still have the market, so that's good. We need more houses, so how do we get more houses? That's one way, and then what? Yeah, again down to very narrow pop. This is not very nice. Some hussars, they are great, we love them so. They are sort of horses. And they have more upgrades. Perhaps they don't. That's nice, okay. So we have some scams, destroying the walls, that's alright, those are not important necessarily. Hello? Just passing, don't you mind. So more PopCap for everyone, right? And then we need more people doing things such as living. Dun, dun, dun, dun. How did we lose these the previous time? Because there must have been something that happened. Fighting against power, well that's not very nice. And then we could move here. You could be a farmer, that would be great. And then you could all move down here as well, since we still have that option. So let's just flee! Here as well. Oh, perhaps we lost these two villagers then. Ah, hello. Hello. Towers are the worst. Okay. So let's kill that one and then we might go there. Da da da da da da da da da. Oops, my bad. What sort of things do we have over here? Not much, okay. Nope. Ooh, heal bonus. Does this mean that only 3 hits is enough? Not quite. Might have been the case, but is not. And then just more farms. And you as well. We could use a few more farms, I think. Oh, but now we lost the horsey. Okay, can we fit? We're still in game, sort of. So what's happening over here then? Ah, but we can't find out, and that's the most terrible thing. Okay, let's just get rid of that tower then. That's the only thing that we can do. Oops. Need to do something, right? Well, that's not very efficient now that I think of it. It was a nice idea, but not quite a good enough idea, I'm afraid. Right. Oh, yes, let's do a pincer move. There we go. Goodbye. And then we could get rid of these. Very cleverly corner patrolling units. Take some resources from there. So how do we... Yes. These are really engaging, I must agree with you. The most terrible thing is that we are losing units that we can't afford to lose, right? Okay, back to work, everyone. So the next push is then about, let's just cancel these and think. What kills everything we've seen so far? What do we possess? Carriers just get extra. That's great. We would probably benefit from having a trebuchet or 2. So we need a market. So let's start from there. And then we still have this, so we could... Oh. Take that. So we need a castle, and a castle we can position. Let's put it here, where it's still safe and sound. And we could have a few extra. Can we move? Oh, great. So you could try to get rid of that. Then some skirms as a support unit would be great. They still have their cannons, that's not very good. It's gonna be a problem for our future plans, I'm afraid. And you could go there, because we still are going to need units. And then we have the stable still, okay. What? Not now. So a trebuchet. Nice quick walls. They have the means for anything. So they have the relics. That's gonna be a slight problem. And then we might just work our way. Let's get rid of that first. Let's get rid of these villagers first. Aren't we clever, huh? Maybe a little late, but the basic idea was sound. Okay. And then, oops. Are we in the region of... Shouldn't reach us, right? Okay. So some of you might want to come here. So they have gazillion skirms. They are really cute. So let's move over here, and then we are going to need... Let me try to hit that. That'd be great. Now we need you. You need to wrap up, move out, and you need to move out. And then this is really not working in our favor right now. Well, but somehow we just got through, so that's great. Okay, and then, nope, just stay there. Then we will get rid of that. And that's how this game is played, of course. Then there's nothing over there. It's really neat. You could be a farmer as well. And then we could get rid of that. You will have to be farmers in the future as well. So you there, a farmer. Since we do need gazillion and trillion of them. And we could shoot them over there. Those ones cleverly using patrol moves and what have you. So how many people do die? At least one. And then we will wrap up and escape. Run! Okay. And then just in we go. No, don't. Oh. No, no. What? Ugh. Terrible. Terrible. Okay, if we can fit there, then we shall. Okay, then there's this outpost, and then there are these walls. So what's behind those walls? There are more walls. Well, that's very nice. I know how the game is played then. And then we could just move out. Let's just keep these in for now and go there and see if there are some things we could try to get rid of. Hello, so you are a hussar. Hello. And then, do we have, by any chance, any cannons or what's nuts we might have? We used to have those, but perhaps they have moved since then. Oh, but we can't. Okay. Well, now that we are almost through, then perhaps we could try to move there. What's the situation over there? Slightly more forward, okay. And then, no. Run! Oh, hello, monk. Oh, hello! Well, let's just enjoy this trickstery a bit. Hello. Oh, sorry. Oh, more towers. It just can't beat those. Boom, boom, boom, boom. So perhaps we could have a few farms instead of that. We could have a farm. And we could have single onager, why not? And we might need to have a few more. Let's destroy these. So a few more farms would be great. And just having houses is alright. It's something that we don't need anymore. Oh, we lost that. It's probably... we have that on the plane probably. Alright, so what's there if we just move forward? Ooh, we have walls. Well, that's great. Ah, well, this is one way to spend time. Can we move there and then just have a villager nearby to repair it in case things go awry? Okay, and then we could get rid of that. Perhaps. Let's see if there's something else waiting for us. Okay, and we will just wait. Alright. And then we need more farms. You could be the second farmer, perhaps. What? How can we miss so badly? We don't do that constantly, so that's alright. But if you did, that would be a terrible fate. To say. Da da da da. Okay, 10. There are. Oh, hello. Well, that was nice. Oh, we need a stable, right? So how do we get a stable? We need an manager, and we need a few stables. And then we would like to have more farms, but okay, so let's try. Yeah, that's alright. So where else do we have action? And we might want to get rid of that. More walls, they are very neat. These people know how to have... Oh. Just try. Ah, yes. Alright. Here we go. You get rid of that. You kill those people. And then we will just enjoy the life as per usual, right? So, to the degree possible. Oops, sorry. And then we could sell some more stone. Oh, sorry, wood. Do we have towers somewhere? No, we don't. So, why are we acting like we do? Oh, a single onager can make all the difference, it seems. Or just keep on repairing, it's great. Oh, and we are locked by this villager, but at least we are trying to do the right things, so it's alright. Then what we need is additional range, I think. Let's just go there and see what Fates is over there. Ah. Oh, a villager. Hello. There's some hussar. additional. Yeah, without Hussar they are not a menace really, so that's alright. Ah! No! Okay. Right, there you go. And we have a new onager coming up. That's great. Good news. If I ever saw one, any. You will be. Well, these are terrible farms. We will think of something soon enough. Nope. Well, let's just. We must practice this. Onager micro. Oh no, then we are going to need another one. And then also another ones. Oh, and we are in. That's great. So let's kill that villager and then move here. Oh, we are also here. That's great. Okay, so there's not much to worry about then. There you go. So. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so how do we get more food? We are going to need more farmers, that's a given. You two shall also be farmers then. And we could get rid of those. What? More skirms? No. Retreat! Nope. Yeah, once more. Almost. And then we need more Eston. Oops, no. What? So we need you to help us over here, because we have a problem. Well, perhaps we can get rid of the tower first, and then think of the following steps. Alright, so you get rid of that. And then you help with other things, right? Bum, bum, ba-dum. So we could destroy that. Ah, that's... Okay. Da da da da da da da da. Managers are just the best. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that statement. They should not. Just the best. Okay, so what do we have? Ooh, so there's a villager, alright, so where are you heading? So you might want to go there. You might want to go there. Shoot somewhere like there, and then that should help our task a bit. Alright. Ah, no! We can't afford to lose that, of course. So we need to block. Can't. But we got rid of the... we destroyed the relic monastery again, so that was great. Let's move there, sorry about that. Took me a while to realize that. We are working on that again, as we should. Constantly be on patrol, so we don't need as many horses anymore again, because times have changed a bit. So the calculation has changed a bit. Da, da, da, da, da, da, da, da. Okay, so what is there for us to... More towers? That explains it. Back to work, sorry about that, my bad. A few more farms perhaps. Might be doable, and you go there. That doesn't sound too good now, I think that let's go there for a change. Well, but we don't really have too many places where we can just stay without fearing of certain losses. Alright, so you can be a farmer as well. Da da da da da da da da da. So let's just get rid of these houses then. Shall we? Ah, there's a hole? There is no hole. Okay, so what can we do with limited resources, oh, sorry, that we have? So there are some pikes, and now the gate went down. Okay, that's weird. So you could be a farmer, right? And then you could be a farmer. You two there. I think you should also be farmers instead. Anything. Let's just go there and see what happens if you do. I don't know if you already have very many farms, but well, okay. Nope. My bad, sorry. There are no towers over here, it seems. So let's just enjoy life. Okay. And then we could move there. We could move there as well. So we need more skirms, but do we need more than this? Oh, there's a new monastery. That's clever. But we can't really. Let's just destroy those little that we have. Okay, then you could kill that. And in you go, and then work. Thanks everyone, you have been wonderful people indeed. And then once you've done that, you can tell us a farm. Where was that? Cannot have been there. So here. To the safety! Even if we can't all fit, it's just a very fitting thing still. So the relics will pop out up soon enough, and right, back to work everyone. Back to work. Back to work. And then perhaps a town center of sorts might make sense. There we go. So we need help against those pesky cavalry units. Do we really? No, not necessarily. We are doing quite well. Okay. Well done, everyone. You are the greatest. So you go back to work, and then we'll just take a few units to help against the random hits every now and then. You will go there. The relics are soon out. What about this town center? Okay, so let's go check this wood line. Should be again the next thing to ponder about. A trebuchet would be great. Well, actually, let's just go there instead. So this, some houses, why not? Oh, there's a huge number of farms that could be stolen or stealen. Da da da da. So what else do we have? Almost. Nice try, everyone. And then we need an onager, I'm afraid. Oh. Things are looking slightly grim now that I think of it. All of a sudden we don't have too many units. Nope. Nope. And you don't. Let's move here just to get some. Then we need to sell some additional. Sorry. Let's move here. Right. So can we now destroy that? Oh, if only we had the onager in time, but it's probably good enough for us. They will still die eventually. Right. It's great. Okay, then we will just move out. Oh, how very alert they are. The moves. And the moves. Like it. Then we could send these out. Have an additional onager. There are more towers, this is not great. I'm afraid we may have been cornered to this location. Okay, so how do we plan to work our way from here? It's starting to look grim. So you go there if you can. You kill these if you can. And if it's too much to ask, then we just don't. Split! Okay, and back to farms we go. Oh, but we need you to repair this, sorry. No! No, the dream! Just when everything was alright, they ended up being just fine. So how do we get through these walls and escape again? All this is very complicated, I'm afraid. And do we even have a winning condition? Have we had a winning condition in like today? We still have 1,000, that's great. Still have some lumberjacks. We laughed at fact about our lives. We could have... No, we can't. So they've been buying quite much gold, it seems. And you shall be a farmer as well. We need those. When was that? We are not ready. Timing could have been better, but it's not worst. It's not the worst. Oh, that was misclick or something then. I presume. And then we could just carry on. So what do they have? This has been a very annoying tower, so we could try to destroy that. So they're moving out somewhere. Oh, what? Gold units? Oh, my worst enemy. They just have it all. It's like 5 relics. Does you something. Let's keep these closed, and then we could add these additional gates here, and like this and that. And then we could be farmers. Good. Okay. Then we just need all sorts of resources, right? How come they have so many things when we are almost out of everything? Is it because we have lost so much during this game? Hello? I don't understand. Da da da da da da da da da da da. Now what would be an ideal unit against that? So Houts of course would be great. Perhaps we could have a few hubs of our own, since we have been neglecting that, and it's a very ordinary unit of course to have. So now that we are trying to practice this logic of the game, they are just patrolling back and forth. Then we need blacksmiths. Let's just build it there and then carry on with this farming thing. I think that your operation is of high level. Series. Okay, but the problem is that they are coming. Run! These are not very effective, I must say. This stand ground approach of theirs is peculiar. So now they are throwing away cold units, and that's sort of alright, but it's also very weird. We need pikemen, and then we also get half, and it costs 600 gold, so can we really afford that? Well, let's see. Nope. So, how much is your true elo level? During games like this, I think it is about 500. It's improving. I've watched a lot of pros, so gives me back the shooting plus 1000. You? $500. So we are where we are at. Unbelievable. Oh, come. I think you have played well. Very patient as well. Good for you. Struggling with 1k. Okay. Assumably live after.
いいよ勝てます
これ
はい
I may have misplayed my hand a bit. So we need houses, but we need gold for the... I'm just enjoying the game. As they should. What brings you to play at 11? Thinking about other people much. Can try. Yeah. That's pointless. Sure, sound right.
はい
This is my alternate account. Sure. To the safety.
いいよ。
To the safety. Okay. Oh. Oh no. You should review the recruit more often. How often is more often? Wow, so many relics. So we need to have those, of course. When I was noob every recordings. That's why I sometimes think my real yellow is 500. So it's time to escape, but we don't really have. Just have to hope that we will eventually have enough resources, such as. Where do we have the farmers and all? We don't. Just, well, we would have 3 farms here if we just took them, so that's something. Da da da da. Our population is still way too. You watched the 90s video about Smurfs. Good. You did not yet. You have the chance to team up together. I can point out the issues for you. Thanks. So let's focus on staying over here. That's very good.
How come? Well, I thought we have less population, but actually we do have few people putting in the work and all that. So that's great. So they should have this huge horde of units, right? And all of a sudden we are pop-cap again, but that, of course, will not last for long. So what do we do now that we have some gold? Siege would be great. Infantry extra attack versus buildings. That's great, right? We like that, right? Then we could have a few extra stables. And then we could take this farming position. And just enjoy life as it plays out or unfolds in front of our very eyes. Spice costs. Sure. Da da da da da da. Unbelievable. So they moved all the relics from there to here, right? Please watch the video first though. I'd like to hear your counter arguments. Since you are a sensible person with wits. You win, I'm going to eat. GG. And that's how you win on Arena. Now, the sad thing is okay, Lena, also thanks for the follow, although it has been a while. So we had some laughs, and then when they say that they are about 1600, does this actually mean that they are something like 2k or 1.8 or something? Well, seems like we are not going to add them on Steam then, since we don't have what is it? A nickname of theirs. Well, Team Random Map says 1500, so perhaps they've done. Okay, so not verbal abuse, but perhaps I had my admitted to being a Smurf with alternative accounts, which is probably nice, but makes the game a little burdensome after a few hours. Yes. Of course they take reports very seriously, but now the interesting thing is largest army 200. So that's what they did in the end. They just let go of the villagers, and yes, it seems like a Sift Dell over here, and then it's time to chat around a bit. So they didn't quit because the rematch is still possible. I'll have a short break and then review the match. Let's see how it goes then. Thanks. Alright. So we had some real quality time with and fun with the cat. Now it's time to wrap up with the game that we just struggled through. So let's see. What? We haven't had such a streak after the early phases. Oh well, we have had 1150 last year's March, and also right from the get-go I think we were at 1.1 what 1.114, and that was almost 2 years ago then. So we faced someone playing from China as Koreans, and I don't know the name, I can't pronounce that. They've been playing for a few months, it seems. Playing Koreans, Chinese, Japanese, Romans, Britons, quite much arena it seems, and Scandinavia as well. Good for them. So, they claimed that they are better than they. Okay, let's game system reveal. We were quite lucky with our cut, by the way. This is a spoiler alert, but the map really favors that. What? Why would this not work? Okay. Oh. So, pushing the ibexes, and they also pushing them right away. I'm not sure whether that's like, there's gonna be some waste because of that, but they have had 6 seconds of idle TC time. I don't think they should have any if they actually were 1.6. So 3 farms, they have some pigs and all. This looks a very balanced eco if you compare it to this. Well, we are doing the right things as well, of course, but we don't have any farms as of yet. We have 10 people on berries, they have just 2 currently. Well, 5 actually. Alright. And then they were able to click up right away. We are not far off, but we are idling our TZ and all. Well, we thought about that. They're also saving the struggles. So I'm just again excited to see whether we were close to them at all. Housed. So there's the castle. Then they know the whereabouts of all the relics. We are slightly late to everything in Poland. We didn't need the wood cutting upgrade. We didn't need all these. Stuff would have been better there, now that I think of it. Just to give us some more map control. So we have had quite much idle visit and we don't have had our share. 13 villagers in the queue. And then we have this huge battle here. This is where I thought that they are better than they let in. Being able to read the... Well, I don't know if that was intentional, closing that gate. So they have 10 more villagers already, and they're just toying with us. But luckily, we do get the atonement, and all of a sudden, the tide turns. But also, the fact that they knew about killing units, but also that they did that, to me is giveaway. Alright, so they have doubled the farms already. We are floating 1000 wood, because we have been busy doing stuff. They haven't invested too much as of yet. So 5,000 and then the game plan is just push with towers. And then adding huge number of these. Because there were moments like this, like we should have scouted around the map obviously, but moments where I don't think their army control was, they used the patrol move thing, and sometimes it just so happens that the units just, well, they did some sort of double click thingy there, and then they lose quite a few units here. Now luckily they already have 10,000 more razors collected, and there was some, perhaps they felt like they are in such a position, such a good position, that they don't really have to take this serious. At least that's how I read it. And also they have some houses that are unfinished. They've lost 25 villagers while taking care of this issue at front. Very weird things. Also, why are we not killing that villager? I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I just click them to attack there then or something. Well, that's too bad. We could have gotten a few more eco kills. But this is also nice. And do we manage to save this? If we had few mangonels now, this would be a very nice situation. But we are a little late with that. We have the resources for that, we just don't have enough production buildings. But these are not bad, because they are keeping the skirmishers at bay, and now cavalry archers get to move out again. Just a few mangonels would have been great. Did we patrol and all that? So now they are expanding, and that's of course very good. And we are even in villagers. The difference is still 1k. I'm not sure whether they are just purely focused here, finishing the game with these skirms. At least they like to play with these formations, and wall, so perhaps that's the reason. So 43 eco kills. Now if it moved just a bit forward, getting a few more kills. They don't even respect Mangonel too much, but then again they have what, 60 skirms. Oh, this is just... Well, we are a little busy of course dealing with other things, but now we got a few extra kills, that's great, and we have a very valuable village lead. Even like, and now all of a sudden the army's dead and they should be thinking about adding more villages, I think. Okay, so they're taking care of this now. Too bad, we could have gotten 20 more villager kills perhaps. But this to me doesn't sound like 1600, this walling game. So they played like they had already won the game, and now they are making some precautions. So is it because they are not very fast? They are, at least they are fast enough. Perhaps they are disturbed by something. But here I was thinking that we have a chance in the game. So what happened? So we are still 10k behind in resources collected. They are just trying to play this long game, and they are adding more villagers after a while, more skirmishers. They have lost 70 villagers already. So how come we couldn't finish the game here? We would need the rams now. If we had 5 rams, it would be... well, it perhaps would not be very easy to just fight our way through all these production buildings, but at least it would be more possible. Then these could be farms. We could have more stables producing. We could be sending the units. These should not be fighting the towers, but instead doing the villages, of course. Resources collected, they still have the lead. We have the same upgrades, so it's just a matter of them having those villages for longer. More skirms. And even the fortified wall thing, it just doesn't make sense to me. Now we are killing villagers here. So they are down to 110, but they've been adding more. And then we really didn't have a follow-up. Now we would be like having a group of archers would be great, because we have huge number of units. The problem of course is that they have 8 characters already, and we are trickling our units. Like, they are currently all over the map. We should be combining them, grouping them together, and now we should have some sort of counter unit to this instead of fighting here. But I think the try-hard mode was just activated here for them, having lost 104 villagers. These rams just took a couple of minutes too long to show up. And now the towers are already a nuisance, and we are losing very important buildings to those. Now also this castle, I thought that, well, this castle, yeah, we should have built, when we had the army control, we should have built the castles forward. Because then we would have been able to destroy those. But now I'm throwing villagers away because I thought we had the game, and actually they have a nice boom happening in the back. And then this castle should have been more forward here. here-ish to prevent tower creep from happening. Alright, at least they were actually struggling, and the only thing we were missing, in my opinion, currently, while I'm watching this, is just some sort of ranged unit. If we had skirms, if we had archers, like currently we are surprised by our success, I think. And they were sort of forced to play. And now the problem is that we don't have... We could be thinking about cutting or something, because they have the walls in place. And the towers are really annoying and whatnots. These woodcutters should be stone miners, now that we still have position to steal their stone. Small things. But we still have more aces up. So we have some hand cannoniers, that's great, but where are the trebuchets? So we are storing them for a future use. And then the cannons are here. And we get some... Oh, nice hits actually. Now we just don't have enough hand cannons, even though we have gold, so we should actually be just producing. We are lacking the population currently. Because now the only thing we need is gunpowder units. This is not supposed to go there, but what can we do? And they are using the last stone that they have to build this. Alright, well, sort of simple things, because we had food, we had gold, so we could have built 50 or so hand cannoneers, I think. We had the map position and all. We still have enough stone for a castle. We could be, you know, building a castle there and all that. And now all they have is hulls, and then we don't have enough monks to actually drive the cannons away. Oh, we have just enough, but... And then this... I think here it shows that we don't really have them. Routine to end these games. And this is just a very annoying tactique in my opinion. Creeping with towers. But they don't really have... They have stone, but they are not taking that. And then they don't have that large of an army. So if we had enough skirms, we could be throwing them away. We just needed to keep the siege alive. And perhaps even still the hand cannoneers were great. Just keep on adding those so that we could protect the siege. And then just slowly grind our way. Alright, 122 villages down already. And that power is going to go down eventually. And now again we have sort of we have momentum going our way. We are still behind in resources collected. I can't get it. And then they lose the cannons again. But I think they are feeling more at ease currently still. I don't know if this castle... Oh, they are repairing that. So they... I can't tell if they had the unique text. I need to do some settings. Do we have any? So enhanced graphics? No. Casting? Show yellow, that's great. No. Range zones for selection. That's handy, okay. No, but this doesn't help. Okay. I'll have to think. So they are housed and all. So the only thing I think, well, siege ram would have been great, but we don't get that. But also, had we kept the... Here we could be shooting down the tower again. Now we are trickling these units in with very little benefits. And resource collected, it's almost even now. They still get quite nice market prices. And we should have been focusing on the cannon with the castle, but we didn't. So it gets to live. And now it's sending these horsemen in. And then eventually we should be getting some of the cannons again. Their cannon micro was not very good. Well, they are still alive and they are doing great damage with that, but as we will see in the future, they will also be losing units. And now, like, the only unit that we need is skirms. So it's a little sad to see that we only have 9 and 0 in the queue because we have 22 light calves there, even though we don't really need them for nothing. And now we are even in villager numbers and our struggle starts just when we reach the equal number of villagers. Also the fact that they pushed as slowly as they did. There's no, again, the only thing we need is a huge number of skirms, and then we would be able to also destroy these cannons. But the fact that they pushed as slowly as they did, they don't have any siege and they're throwing away villagers as like case in point over here. So they only have 75 villagers now. And again, adding some more. Well, I think that if they were a proper player, they would have added more siege and just use the towers, like, because now they're just killing us with those towers, and that's of course very nice and what have you, but we had some nice raids. I'm happy about those. Then we had some, we threw away some cold units also. This is a very sad thing. Things like this, yes. Points ill positioned, but also someone smurfs as they claimed, and then they still play this in a very try-hard, let's wall everything up, let's research for fortified walls, just because they want to have fun. And then they also refuse to kill us, even though they have the resources. They don't have too much gold at this stage, but they still could be buying or selling resources and not buying stone, but instead of doing that they could have a cannon or two. For example, and here we are losing this. Oh, what a nice show we have there. So we are losing our onagers when we should be doing a cutting. But here I was about to tap out, as every proper player would, but luckily we did not, because they ended up, oh yeah, now they are just refocusing on their eco after losing a few villagers. So we have 20k more resources collected. We just lack the combination. So if we had, well, it's in the works, the skirmish, but sadly we don't have enough, they're not tanky enough, despite the armor, and fighting under the towers is not a very good thing. And then we are also losing units because of the old gather points that we have. Alright, so they are housed, we are also housed, but for a different reason. And they're just creeping closer and closer. I'm not really... I don't know why they would play the game the fashion they do. If it's not to just annoy your opponent. Yes, these towers serve no other purpose really. In my opinion. But here's the cut. So they had 102 or something villagers. They are floating resources, so it's not too bad. And here they are running away. What's the reaction here? Nothing is happening. Well, this is probably just the happiest day of my life. So they are down 30 villagers. Some will get through. Well, not too many will get through. They're just happily laughing. Now the problem that we had the skirms here. If we had skirms around, we would have been able to continue with the push. So that's what kept them in the game, I think, because they will have time to... They could have brought the Hussar in and all. So we made a misplay there. Trying to keep this like defensive force here when they were not pushing. Like just 10 skirms would have meant that more of these could have stayed alive. So sort of small things. Because now we are still fighting, but we are also losing these two towers here and there. And then we are slow with the follow-up. Because now oh, we are destroying a lumber camp, that's great. But still, alright, so that happened surprisingly fast also, because to me it felt like, of course we were fast forwarding, but it felt to me that we were thinking about our next move for 16 hours or something. And yeah, they don't get the last armor. I didn't check that, but it felt like they were quite weak. And again, we are losing rams for no reason or for no benefit. And here we could be... This is open, I think. At least it was in the... No, it's not yet open. So we could have still used the ram here, for example. And yeah, so they have a few production buildings. We are little... We have slightly less, let's just say that. So we have killed 300 villagers and soon we are about to lose the relics, so we should have moved these back. But it felt like we have lost the game because they didn't tap out after losing so many villagers. And we still don't really have means to... Yes, and buying more stone because we need walls, yes. And now this is going to take forever. If we still have 112 villagers, it's not going to last for long because we don't really have units to defend here. But there's a very nice looking moment here when we are again through with some 15 gazillion. We still could have way more units. We are lacking stables to produce from. They still have towns in there, so we are not going to destroy these, but would it have made sense? This is a very terrible battle again. especially when they do patrol in, so that we will lack the means to have even opening the gates. We did, okay. So now we are both. Okay, so this is a very important raid again, because now we are even in village numbers, more or less. But again, our composition is ill suitable. We are again lacking the skirms to support our raiding units. And the cannons are still intact. But yeah, they are just... I can't believe that they would be afraid of us or anything because of the score difference. Even though I can't really... It's the kills, yes, but... We have been quite wasteful with our eco and what have yous, but the situation was sort of more equal than the score claimed. They just had huge number of values standing there in form of the towers and keeps. So they have 60 villagers, and now it's gonna take a while. But again, they're just regrouping for no reason. But we have so much resources, we should be buying ourselves hand cannoneers, whatnots, just any units, some onagers, you name it. And again they are laughing because now the game is over, and it actually is. So we couldn't really find a tool to kill those halberdiers with. And then they are adding more production buildings. We are killing some units, because why not? Expanding again, it's very important. Right, they are farming there. And then we are slowly adding, because we are offloading. They also are offloading very much resources. And now everything's just very slow, because they are not really... Well, they were pop capped, so it makes sense. So again they lost a few units, but now they have more room for army. They still have the cannons. When are we dancing with them? Should we dance with the cannons already? Oh no, and here, right. And then they neatly patrolled into a position where they can't really shoot, which is not ideal. What can you do? So we have 50 villagers. They have farmed again. They have soon walled their base again, and for some reason they just wall from all the way. For some reason. So we still have more resources. That's great. They are producing skirms only. Now they have 2 relics there, they still have 3 there. And we are throwing away value against a tower. And then they are dancing with this nice cube formation. And again we are doing, I would like to claim, nice moves here and there, which makes me think that they are not really 1600, because someone would have just trapped us or like, forced every villager to fight or something. But they are constantly focused on fighting with the army, and also with just a group of their army, because they want to play it in a fancy fashion or something. And that's a very tedious approach from my point of view. So 54 villagers. moving forward with some of them. Thinking about adding towers or something. They are almost pop capped, so and they have all the relics, so they could be thinking about something meaningful. So the cannons are there, and we already have gotten 16 kills, which is great. And now we die. Well, 18 kills. It's not too shabby. But now I think if they just tried, they have the cannons and all, they could just push us, but they want to force us, squeeze us into the corner and then force us to tap out. And then in they come, and then into the corner, so now they see everything. And then they will die. Those are very weird plays. But we are down to 29 villagers, so it sort of makes sense. Then they should be catching up with us soon enough. Now they are just killing us with skirms. Because they have time. So we have the nice ram here. Palisades help absolutely zero-ishly. And then they do this patrol move thing, so they can have 50 units shooting while we only have the first row. This is a very nasty thing to do. 3 kills, and then eventually we will move back. 58 kills. Where's the trap? Yeah, right, yes, because we are helping the ram. And that's just adding more and more. So 3 kills we have, and we are not using the trap even though we thought we might. Ten, 11. We can't hit all the time, even though this is a very high IQ play here. 15 kills, alright. So what else is new? So they are just producing skirms because that's how the game is played these days. And just running in and then doing some nice splits of well 45 kills, and all of a sudden they are down to 160 pop. Nice patrol. More walls, that's very important. And do they change? Yes. So we need some hussar, yes. Alright. So... oh, they lost the cannons already! Oh yeah, I'll have to check that after the game if I still remember, because that was the most beautiful moment of my gaming career. Again losing... going in and breaking havoc. We had some nice moments, sort of keeping them their push in sort of hold. Oh, this is just terrific use of resources. So they have enough wood for the rest of the game, of course. Now here we're making strategic misplay by blocking the entrance with this trebuchet, so we can't really get in time. But luckily the walls won't last for too long. But we are all of a sudden running out of resources ourselves, so that's not great. Then we had some nice chats because they were such a superior microers every now and then. 73 villagers. We also have a few. And we have been raiding over here. Oh. I think Hussar would not die today. Doing it like that. To a cannonball, sorry. So they are still constantly pop capped. They have 100 villagers again. Since they have resources. And we haven't really been able to raid them properly for a while. So now they are without relics again. But we don't have much of an army. And again they are focusing on just stopping us from proceeding, and that's that. And they are not even fighting with all of their army, because they could be just trickling in, and if they did do that, then we would have lost the game multiple times already. And these raiding moves are nice because then people, very often when we chase a villager, of course now I was in control for a while as well, but very often they just happen to move after a hit in such a fashion that we are able to dance like we are doing here. Still getting some kills. well, destroying farms was not as important as I thought, since they had quite enough food, I'm afraid. And they just patrolled in and the gate fell. Just like that. Oh, no, it was their gate. Okay, so they just destroyed that. Okay. Oh. But still, these are quite nice units to have. So they have 30k more resources they've collected already. They still have 80 villagers. They don't have gold. They are buying more stone again and then sending. It's just very. They don't really have food for hussars either. So that's a rather nice thing to witness. They could of course sell that, it would be 150 per thousand, so 6,500 gold. Not too much when you think about it. Again, patrolling. That's just a very nasty thing to do. Especially when they are doing that like constantly. Like and then these relics will then end up being moved over here. So they are sort of taking this seriously. Here they have some split micros. And then soon enough they will lose some of these. So they are back to 90 villagers, kudos to them, but they only have 3 Townsenders anymore. Alright. So are they sending villagers from somewhere to here, to these fields? Let's see if they ever produce anymore. And now fire lancers. And a monk to do the relic thing. These villagers are here to build towers, but that's not going to happen. Seems like fire lancers aren't too great against castles And now this is the moment where they have killed all the villagers, right? And decided to just max out their army, and then the final push never comes. And that's great, because now it's gonna take a while for us to... They have quite a few... Alright, and now they start chatting because they have 200 people waiting here. I can't remember what it was. I think that's your operation is of high level. I don't know if that's a translation issue. Or I thought first during the game I thought it was a referral to the fact that we had trebuchet there. So how much is your true elo level? Yeah, we are never going to catch them in the resources collected. So now they probably don't move too much anymore. Yeah. I'm just enjoying the game. Well, this is a very nice game, so why not? Here I don't still know that they don't have any villagers. Soon enough I will notice that the spice cost is really small, but that's that. You can try Arabic maps more often to help you improve. Well, a mass of skirms does surprisingly well against Biolancers. They will die, but they won't die like right away. If they just patrolled in, they would have won the game. But that's true, or it has been true for quite some time. So, nothing much to wonder about. And here I'm referring to the fact that we all know, of course, about that. I wonder whether they ever added more villagers. That we review almost every recording, yes. And they are on defensive mode. So let's see if there were any. Are they still playing? Well, they sort of every now and then do play. So there was something that they did, but first they just asked the army to return back to formation or something. A single castle would not be enough to stop this horde. Well, luckily we sort of have an army in place now, but we are still a long way away from having a counter army. And this is just a very dull play from my opinion. How many houses do they have? There is a house. 41, so they have 205 population from that alone. We do have the chance to team up together, and then you can point out the issues, which would be great. So they got 22,000 relic gold, sorry. And then they used that gold to buy towers. And then the only thing happening is that our trebuchet is slowly moving forward and doing its work. And sometimes we are also adding more villagers, but currently because we are pop capped. I'm not sure whether I've gotten some sort of Steam invitation or something. Now, of course, the saddest thing is that we never faced... Well, we may have faced a very quick death. Great battle of wits. Our helps were of equal strength. Well, we had more attack, but... Right. The Great Peak. Okay. So let's check stats first. So we have been quite dead. If only they killed us, then perhaps the same thing could be said about our approach as well. 14.5 minutes castle age time. They had a build in mind. This is like unbelievable. The amount of clicking that has taken place. This is probably when I'm killing the... Let's see, 2 hours. So when do they lose the cannons is the question. They have them? No, they don't. They have them about here, okay. So running away they are, and then we should be approaching. And of course they see about, of course they see that. So this is the greatest moment on this as well, because we knew that we can kill those with ease. And we can avoid not all the cannonballs, but few of them. Oh. Well, we realized that there's no salvation for us. So the cannons are still there. Nice. And now comes the battle of wits. And right away we lose 3-4 of our horses. Oh. And I like the fact that they are microing those cannons. Like split line, when of course what they should be doing is move them to a and then we are going to die. So what they should have done, of course, is to move them more further apart. Just so you know, if you are watching this and are wondering what to do or what would you have done. So that was the siege. I don't know if they then decided never to add more siege again. So that's... We also need the mod that... Perhaps it has something to do with spectating a game or something. Because we need a way to... name these units, and then down we go. Oh. Well, it was ever that much more valuable because we were both attending. There. And then we were better. That's great. Alright, but that's all we have to say about this match, I'm afraid. It was all great, but it was a terrible match nevertheless. And next time we perhaps know to keep the army together. That if we are going to go to push and kill our opponent, then we need to protect our raiding units as well. Also, we could have added town centers and steal their farms and all that with just a few villagers. Alright, I think that's enough for a day. Thank you for attending and cheering and what have yous there, and have a very pleasant opening of a day from this point of view, and see you around. Bye.